Oh, he's not? Oh. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us today in City Hall and here at Council Chambers. So first, we will start our invocation to be given by Pastor Kevin Jennings from Mount Olive Lutheran Church. Pastor?
Yes, ma'am. Let us pray in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen. Lord God, as we pray for all who are in authority, and especially for the city council and mayor and all servants gathered here today, we thank you especially for this form of government given us in our beloved nation. Give us the grace as fellow citizens to value these leaders and the magistrates of our government as those sent by you. Endow them with wisdom for their several duties, with the spirit of sacrifice for the common welfare, with mercy and justice, with uprightness and kindliness. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. In our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Luke Johnson. He's a senior or will be a senior tomorrow at Veterans. Luke is an academic all-district football player. He's a Class 5A first team All-State from Texas Sports Writers Association. He's a two-time All-State selection and a defensive back MVP unanimous selection. So we're super proud of Luke. Can't wait to see what he's going to achieve in football.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon? Veterans. Veterans Memorial.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one, indivisible.
Thank you, Luke.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter's running late. Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay. So what we had on our agenda was to go straight into a resolution against a Texas Windstorm Insurance Association rate increase. But I was advised just a few moments ago by Wendy, our intergovernmental relations person, that that vote failed in Galveston. So the meeting took place this morning. It was a proposed 5% increase for residential, 8% increase on commercial by TWIA, or Texas Windstorm Association. Our chairman, Hunter is up there strongly advocating against, so it all worked. We did write a letter. I wrote a letter as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi opposing that rate increase for us. Yes, ma'am. And today, as a council, we were going to pass a resolution as such. So that is no longer needed, which is wonderful. Wendy, thank you for your work on that, and thank you for delivering the great news. So we will then move on to Section F, which is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We have just a few things on the city manager's report. And the first one is a community-wide project that we've been working on, and we want to provide you an update. Tammy Huffman, our utilities analyst, is going to provide the council and the community with an update on Light Up CC, Light Up Corpus Christi, which we know is the replacement of all of our yellow glowing street lights with a nice white LED light, and we're near completion, and Tammy's going to provide you an update. Tammy?
Thank you, Peter. Council, Mayor. Tammy Huffman. I am the electric utilities analyst for the city of Corpus Christi. And I'm going to give you an update on the Light Up CC project. The purpose of the project is for better nighttime lighting, improves public safety and security in the community, and saves taxpayers money. project summary, we began the project in May of 2022. We partnered with AEP Texas to upgrade existing LED streetlights to LED streetlights. 2.1 million have been invested in this project. This will save the taxpayers over $600,000 per year. There were 3 phases, 9 city zones, and over 15,000 lights have been upgraded. We are currently in the cleanup phase. Here's a project map and timeline. We focused on city zones, but I've also provided the council districts so you can correlate the two. All city zones and districts are in the cleanup phase at this time. Here's an example of before and after. And actually, those should be, this is not the presentation. This isn't the final presentation. These should be flip-flopped. Actually, over here on the right is the before picture, the high-pressure sodium. As you'll see, there is a lot of light pollution. It's not a clear, vibrant light. And over here on the left is the after. That's the new LED. There's a much less light pollution, much clearer light. Here's an example of the project in progress that shows the crews out there changing out the light heads. Current status, all 9 city zones the conversion is complete. We are in the cleanup phase. We are in the process of identifying missed lights. We began this in June. Public Works is working closely with AEP to compare the city's list of light locations to the base maps and extract pockets of missed lights. Future status. Yeah. We've identified approximately 300 missed lights, and our staff continues to work with AEP to complete the surveys. Small credit remains with AEP, and this is being used to replace the missed lights. We've requested a lighting study, funding for a lighting study in 2024, which will identify deficiencies across the city. What we would do is come in and add additional lighting in the dark areas of the city. Some achieved milestones. We began the project in September of 2022, and we completed all 9 city zones in June of 2023. At that time, we began the cleanup phase, and we have currently, in July, we've identified over 300 missed lights in Zone 4 alone. And we continue to survey throughout the city to identify all the lights that were unaccounted for. And that is my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
You mentioned that this is going to be a cost savings for the city's taxpayers. Do you have a sense of the dollar amount
Over 600,000
per year?
per annually, yes.
Annually.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, we do need to do something about our light pollution. As a matter of fact, I think all of us received an email from a constituent regarding, and it's not a city property, but I'm just wondering if there is an ordinance for pollution, for light pollution. There is a store on Ennis Jocelyn and Ocean that is creating, extreme light for that area. Is there something in the ordinance that would prevent a business from doing that?
I'm not aware of an ordinance, but I think from this lighting study that we're going to do in 2024, I think that'll be something that'll come out.
Okay. I'm
as a
hope-
result of that study.
I'm hopeful. That's what I thought. I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't checked, and I think I just sent that request yesterday, so it is kind of early, but I just wanted to put it out there in the radar. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. Last night we had our District 1 budget town hall, and one of the things that a constituent asked is that, can you tell us a time or when the city is doing things to save money? And this is a good example of this project, because this will pay for itself within about 3.5 years, if I did the math right. So I think it's wonderful. My question is, how long do these lights last in terms of how many years do they last? Or do they last years?
Yes, they last approximately 20 years.
20 years? Wow.
Yeah, way much longer than the traditional lights that we previously had.
So that's great. I mean, again, that's an example of how the city's going above and beyond and trying to save our taxpayers money. Thank you.
Correct.
Councilman Klein, right?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to piggyback on something that Councilwoman Campos mentioned regarding the light study. Again, we got this in the email as well. I think it's especially concerning about bird migration patterns, and so if you could pay attention to that, I guess, in the 2024 study, that'd be greatly appreciated too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
On our radar.
And Councilman Pusley.
Peter, do we have any plans to expand this program in our next budget process?
Yes, sir, Councilman, we do. So in the budget, we recommended $1 million to do a citywide assessment of where the gaps are. We know, as an example, on Flower Bluff Drive, that was redone in recent years, there's only one light on that whole stretch. So basically, the street's pitch black. There's several sections in your district as well, in some of those industrial areas. So the lighting study will assess citywide where are the gaps, and then there should be some funding available to begin to address the most vulnerable, or the most dangerous areas that have these gaps.
Do you
$1 million.
Do you foresee AEP being a partner again?
Oh, absolutely, and we want to thank Tammy, thank them as well, but AEP has really stepped up to the plate here and has expedited this program. It was going to be a 2-year program. They got it done within a year, a little over a year. They'll be a partner in putting in poles and hanging light fixtures as well, or using existing infrastructure to do that.
So if we're going to budget $1 million to do a study, is that correct?
This, it's going to be, we don't know the ultimate cost of the study, but the study and some installation, some initial installation.
Some
Yes.
additional installation.
Right.
Okay. So we could have this ongoing for another couple of
We
years.
probably need it for a couple of years, Councilman. I mean, in your district, forget the street names, but
Yeah.
not too far from downtown here. I was driving to the UPS drop-off facility,
Yeah.
and I called the chief actually to say, Chief, there is not a light out here. It's pitch black.
No.
Dangerous as heck. So same thing at Flower Bluff Drive. The mayor's brought it to our attention, Councilman Suckley, in a ride-along that we did. The city has a lot of gaps, so $1 million is really just the beginning. It's probably going to be a 3, 4, 5-year repeating program that we'll have to do.
Well, it's a great project, and,
Yes.
and the additional lighting is needed in a lot of places
Right.
where we don't have it, as you mentioned, and so I fully support this. I think it's a great project. So, as an example, I'm paying to have all the light fixtures in my home converted to LED because
Right.
I'm tired of buying incandescent light bulbs every 6 months. So
Right.
it's plus
sir,
the
we agree.
efficiency. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tammy, thank you.
All right, thank you,
Yes.
guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mayor. Thank you, Tammy. Next, we're going to have the police chief come up and just summarize an impressive event that took place this Saturday at our American Bank Center. We know that our audience is kind of thin today, and that's probably because a lot of people are back to school, whether it's teachers or students. And the police department for many years has hosted a back-to-school event, helping disadvantaged families with things like backpacks, free haircuts, and good information. The police department put together a real nice video. We want to show that. It's about a 2-minute video, and the chief will talk a little bit over the video, just to inform you of what it was this Saturday. And if you didn't make it, after you see this video, I'm sure you'll make it next year. So, Chief.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. This is a wonderful event. It's called OSR, Operation Safe Return, something we started about 12 years ago. The police department started in the back of a police unit, full of school supplies, going around and helping those in need. and our directed patrol units. Worked hard to grow this, bring in our community, vendors, business folks. I think this year we had over 120 of them come together. And it's grown to one of the larger events, I believe, in the American Bank Center Convention Hall of the year. This year, we built 5,000 backpacks and gave a whole lot of other services. I think we've given away 2,500 to 3,000 of those. That's about the number of children that showed up with their families on Saturday's event. And it did provide shots and haircuts and sports physicals, things that are expensive for families to do. And the backpack's full of supplies and a whole lot of things for the kids to do. You know, they had a punch card, and you go around, and after they've seen all the things to see and gathered what they can, they go and get their backpack with their punch card. And it's set up very well. It's a whole lot of partnerships. American Bank Center partnership is vital in that. City partnerships, your health department was out there, your parks department's out there. So there's a whole lot of investment from a whole lot of different city entities too, and community entities. But I am proud that this was started with a patrol officer, a directed patrol officer 12 years ago, that unit, and it has grown so much that it's so impactful in our community.
You should.
A great video.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Chief Marco, your explorers were highlighted.
They were.
Who were just
They're
here.
everywhere, yeah. They
Yeah.
volunteer. Wherever there's a place to volunteer, they volunteer. Yeah, it was a great program, and I appreciate y'all's support and the city's support, Peter. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. We were, we were just talking about this in our budget, which is how does the police department engage the community outside of law enforcement? This is a great example. That's why I wanted to highlight it today, so.
Yeah.
And then one final thing, Mayor, we're gonna put up a graphic here, but as Councilman Roy said, last night, we began our series of community input sessions on our FY24 budget. Last night, we had a very successful turnout in City Council District 1 at the Hopkins Library. Councilman Roy was the host, the mayor was in attendance, and Councilman Klein as well. A lot of good comments already, everything from service delivery to rate equity. Tomorrow night, we have our second one, City Council District 2. Councilwoman Campos will be the host of it. It's going to be at the Del Mar College Economic Development Center near Ray High School. And we expect a big turnout there with Councilwoman Campos's community. And then a third one this week on Thursday in City Council District 3. Councilman Barreras will be at the Water Utilities Building on Holly Road. And then next week, we'll have our final two, one on Monday, City Council District 4, hosted by Councilman Suckley at the Ethel Irely. And City Councilman Hernandez will host our fifth one Wednesday at the brand-new Oso Creek campus. So we'll see how that auditorium, or that, I guess the culinary building, will turn out for us. We thank Del Mar for having us at two of their locations, their Economic Development Center, as well as the Oak Creek campus. So District 5 will conclude next Wednesday. As we told the community last night, they can attend any one of these. They don't have to live in the district. They can go to each of the 5 if they want. The other important thing we told them is that we're recording what they say, taking down notes and recording it so that we can see where the consensus is over these 5 meetings, and we'll report back to council and with a report as well as with some feedback to the council about where was there a majority of community members' comments in terms of additions to the budget or subtractions or supporting one thing over another. So these are important parts to the budget. We're appreciative of the community last night, and we look forward to seeing more community members over the next 4 work sessions. So Mayor, unless there's any questions on that event or events, that concludes the city manager's report.
Okay, thank you. So we have 10 minutes. Rebecca, can we go ahead and start maybe our board and committee appointments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Arts and Cultural Commission. There's 3 vacancies, and these are mayoral appointments with council confirmation. Note that Simone Sanders is seeking reappointment, and her attendance rate is in your packet.
Okay, and Ms. Smith, what I'd like to do is recommend the reappointment of Simone Sanders under Youth and Education, and I'll entertain a motion to approve. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I would also like to recommend the new appointments of Ernest De La Garza under the Business Development Group and Corporation Representative, and Melina Gosa under the Marketing slot. So I'll entertain a motion to approve that recommendation.
Mayor,
Yes.
we actually, under the new Open Meetings Act rules, in order to act, you have to first have public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, I forgot.
Oh,
That's
so-
right. We have to wait.
Okay, so we can't do.
No,
okay,
we can't.
We cannot do these. Thank you. So do we strike
We
that?
can start
or-
public comment early if you like. We've got 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, what we'll do is we'll start.
Mayor, I'd like a clarification on that. So what are you talking about, Miles?
Under the public testimony provision of the new Open Meetings Act, as it was modified approximately 4 years ago, the right of public testimony was enshrined in the law for the first time. And that public testimony right is before council consideration of actions.
On that particular item?
Well, before consideration of items. So, I mean, council, it doesn't apply to briefings. It's just before consideration
So it'd be
for voting.
consideration before we take action on that particular item? Not the whole agenda?
Yeah, the whole agenda. Before you vote on any item on the agenda, you have to
That's correct.
give
but
people a
it's
right to
items-
argue against it
It's
or
item
for it.
specific.
It is, I'm not getting what you're saying, it's item specific. Yes, it applies to anything that might be actually voted on,
Anything that
considered.
we're gonna take action on,
Right.
they have a right to speak about that item.
They have the right to speak at the council
Before.
meeting prior to consideration of any
that-
items within that council meeting. When they speak
So
in
we're
public
gonna speak-
testimony, it's their
We're now
right.
gonna vote on this particular item, and so if anybody wants to speak about this particular item, they have a right to talk about it.
Prior to voting, they
Right.
have, they have that right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Can I ask for
Yes.
clarification? So if we asked, is there any public comment with regard to boards and committee appointments?
Now, that would probably be,
Probably
be good.
I wouldn't, okay, so that would be good, probably. So if we were to move forward and say, is there any public comment with regard to board, committee, and appointments? We're
Then
good to
we'd
go.
be able to.
You'd probably be good, yes.
That was my whole point, Miles.
Okay.
Thank you for
So it's not
clarifying that.
it's not time specific. As long as it's done, there is a time allowed for public comment prior to a vote.
Prior to yes, prior to consideration of that item. You are correct. So Councilman Pusley's statement, yeah, you are right. You have to give them a chance to talk about what you're going to vote on before you vote on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
May I
So
speak?
we can't, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just speaking out for the public, typically the people that have public comment, I mean, really do try really hard to come here, and we hopefully have a time. You know, they know that they start speaking at 12 o'clock, so if we change this, it, I think, would hurt the public because they were not prepared to start early. So that's, you know, I just wanted to point that out, that yes, you know, we didn't have enough, I guess, business before public comment, but I would like to just make a statement that we should, you know, honor that commitment to start at 12 o'clock like we normally do.
Right. And Councilwoman, I think the point is not to move the public comment. That is at noon. It's just to move forward with appointments. We would need to say, is there anyone that would like to make public comment on the appointments? Not the public comment we do at noon.
Okay, but if there's no public comment, we can't discuss any of these issues. That's on the
No,
agenda.
No, we're not doing the agenda. It would just be,
Well, the appointments is on the agenda,
right.
so.
Yeah, you could. That's what he just said, that you, as long as you give the opportunity for the public to comment, in this case, on boards and committees' appointments.
Right, but
Then
if,
yes.
if the ones that are making public comments are some of the appointees and they're not here because public comments doesn't start till 12 o'clock, then we don't get to hear, you know, some of the appointees that we're gonna be discussing, right, for the appointments?
Well, the meeting starts
For
at
the meet-
11:30.
Okay,
If somebody wanted, no,
but we normally, okay, now I'm confused.
yeah, the meeting starts at
Miles,
11:30.
can somebody-
The meeting starts at 11:30. If the public, and there's any item, somebody could make a comment on the city manager's report if they wanted to. So the city's manager's report is at 11:30, and if there were some items there at that point. So the meeting starts at 11:30. And the public knows that.
Yes, but since we're moving to make the appointments, I noticed that there's some people here that are applying for some of these boards. I just saw Adam. I don't know if he
Well-
wanted to make public comment, because he is, you know.
Mayor, it is
Well-
12 noon now.
Well,
Yeah.
and-
The
and-
good news is-
But may I add that it may, it could also, Madam Campos, Councilmember Campos, there could also be a time, because of herein as of late, public comment has been taken in excess of an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. So you might have an individual that figures, you know what, I want to speak particularly about an appointment, but I'm going to wait because there's 2 hours of public comment. It works one way or the other. We've had individuals that come that typically their business could have been taken care of prior. So it applies in either case.
It doesn't, only because it's the starting time, okay? It's about the starting time. However long it takes, but we start at 12 or a little after.
We start approximately at 12. That's what it lists.
Okay. So it is 12. Guess what? We're starting. This is item G, public comment. So, Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting, or is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before beginning your comments. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment. One is at this time, noon, and the other is at the time we actually hear or discuss the item, so please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will tell you exactly how much time you have left. Once you hear the buzzer go off, it is much appreciated if you would conclude your comment or sentence at that time. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, please present it to our city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we'll start with John Hendricks. Okay.
I can wait on it if it's.
They should be getting it, shouldn't they?
If you want to put somebody ahead of me.
Let's see if they. Okay.
No yiggle. It never got here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hendricks, they're not finding your presentation.
Okay. I'll go
My
with
apologies.
that in that case. John Hendricks, 622 Texas Avenue. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, I'm here to request that the council direct our city manager to designate a specific city staff member to oversee the condition and maintenance of our city's monuments and cemeteries. The first slide, which is not here, did display Corpus Christi's monument to 100 identified victims of the 1919 hurricane. It's located in Rose Hill Cemetery, and in the slide you would have seen that the fence behind it is very unsightly and ugly. The cemetery's director has told me that Rose Hill is not responsible for the fence. His response can be contrasted with what happened here a couple of weeks ago when the council discussed why one of the city's own cemeteries in Hillcrest does not even have a fence. 3 councilmen spoke up, I think very nobly, and asked why Hillcrest Cemetery, which is under the direct supervision of our city manager, does not have any kind of barrier which might keep stray dogs from peeing on people's headstones and might deter vandals from tipping those headstones over. I think most people here would agree that Hillcrest Cemetery is in not a very good situation. But not only is it not a nice situation, it is also a violation of Texas law. Chapter 713.011, I had the slide, but now I will say it again for that benefit. 713.011, Section Bravo, deals with municipal cemeteries, and it says the following, quote, "A municipality's responsibility to maintain a cemetery under this section includes, number 1 item, repairing and maintaining any fences," unquote. I do not blame our city manager for the disgraceful state of affairs in some of our cemeteries, nor even for his disregard of Texas law. He is only following the example of his predecessors. This disgrace has been allowed to build over many decades, and I'm afraid it is destined to continue building for decades to come unless this council finally decides that enough is enough. Please direct Mr. Zanoni to appoint a flesh and blood person to be accountable for and to superintend the care of Corpus Christi cemeteries and monuments. Corpus Christi needs to follow the law, and our departed forebears deserve respect. And as far as I can see right now, nothing is being done, and I will yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Amanda Guerra.
Hello, my name is Amanda Guetta, and I live at 2610 Wind Hollow. As I stated before, when we spoke with Gilbert, he stated he had only spoken to Judge Bull for about 15 minutes. According to Gilbert's proposal, he oversees the clerks, the marshals, and the city detention center. If this is true, then I'm guessing that he roughly spoke to Judge Bull for about 5 minutes on each department. While I was here during one of Gilbert's presentations, he was asked a simple question about the detention center. This question was if the detention center gets inspected by the state. Gilbert could not answer this question and had to allow the legal department to answer for him. I was observing and I knew the answer, and I'm not even the director. I'm not saying that he should know everything, but this is the point I'm trying to get across. Let the person that runs the daily operations of that department represent it. During the budget proposal, Gilbert also stated that the marshals were just looking for Class C misdemeanor warrants and that we were too much of a liability because we were not properly trained because we were not CCPD. And those were his words exactly. Once again, speaking on behalf of a department that he does not run the day-to-day operations. Before we, the marshals, approach a subject's home, we run that person through our mobile data terminal. If that individual comes back with higher warrants than Class Cs, we contact the Nueces County deputies and we'll approach the home together. Being that the other charges are higher, we allow the deputies to take custody of the individual. On other occasions, we have arrested them ourselves with assistance of CCPD. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. In reference to Gilbert's comments on our training, all officers in the state of Texas are required to meet the same requirements. Some of our training comes from CCPD. Some of it comes from the local sheriff's office and Del Mar College, which has been rated as one of the top police academies in Texas. Most of their instructors are retired CCPD officers. Our yearly firearms qualifications are conducted through CCPD. The only difference, as I said before, is we only make traffic stops in dire circumstances, in which we are also trained to do. I understand that Gilbert cannot know every little detail about every department he oversees, so again, that's why I'm trying to get my point across, that our first-line supervisor was the one that should have been asked about the marshal's daily operations, or he should have at least been allowed the opportunity to be present. All I'm asking is that before you vote to do away with this department, that you look further into the numbers and the handouts that I passed out, because the numbers revealed that the budget that was proposed, they don't appear to be correct. One of the council members had asked for a breakdown of CCPD's arrest, and I took the initiative to provide them. I only had time to do the months of January and February, but will gladly provide more upon request. Just a reminder, we are warrant officers, and considering we have 2 units with 2 officers actively searching for warrants, I believe the numbers look good for when you compare it to department with well over 300 officers. Our warrants, after bringing an individual before a judge, are the numbers we go by. So Gilbert had showed a chart, and like I said, I took the initiative myself. And I'll be back next week because 3 minutes obviously isn't enough time.
Thank you, Ms. Guetta. Victor Medina.
Victor Medina, 1802 Brazos Drive, City Council District 4. Been a resident at this address for 44 years. I've been letting what I'm about to tell you fester for about 3 weeks, but I couldn't stand any longer, so here I am. I called the city water department to ask a simple question, which is, am I still on the estimated water usage? Because about 6 months ago, some city workers in front of my yard told me that they were inspecting water meters to see if the houses were still on the estimated water usage or if they had to submit a work order to install some kind of device on the meter for accurate readings. I never saw them come back, so 3 weeks ago I called the water department, and after talking to a lady, she said, let me transfer, it's a billing issue, let me transfer you to the billing department. The phone rang, and right away the automated service voice came on and said I was the 26th caller on the queue. You can imagine the waiting time. Every 2.5 minutes or so, finally counted down to 1, to me. So I got to talk to a person. As hard as it seems to believe, the billing department wasn't able to pull up my account. Are you kidding me? I said, sorry, my computer's very sluggish. Let me go over to my coworker and see if I can pull up your account on his computer. Several minutes, she returned on the line with me to apologize because his computer was also very slow. To me, this is an embarrassment for the city, especially at the same time that we're talking about rate hikes. I'm here to suggest the upcoming city budget should allocate monies for new and powerful computers to correct this one customer service problem. Is this the tip of the iceberg? You have to ask yourself, are there other departments out there with the same problem? Thank goodness I'm retired and I could afford to stay on hold for 57 minutes. But if I were still working, I would not have had time to hold for anything or anyone for 57 minutes. Neither would you. If we can't be the Lower Rio Grande Valley, San Antonio, Dallas, or Houston, we can certainly develop into a community of choice for people to want to come live here. I don't blame you for wanting big eggs to fry, but we're not going anywhere fast if you don't take care of the important little things first. After all, in customer service, it's the little things that count. It's the little things that build customer service and customer loyalty. I don't have to tell you that, but I just did. Based on this personal experience I've shared this morning, and technically speaking, the city's in the dark ages. And today, the city has altered Cal Allen's residential watering schedule because the city has an antiquated service pipe system unable to meet demands. The avoidance of these little things become big problems. With all sincerity, I wish you well and hope you can take my comments with a grain of salt and do some good with it. Reset the button or whatever it takes. As we could plainly see in today's recognition programs, it is the little things that count. And it's a reminder to all of us the importance of the little things.
Thank you, Mr. Medina.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Zanoni, can we please address that phone system or whatever it is? This is not the first time, and it is a constant, complaint, which is valid, about the calling back or not calling back or the hold times. Exactly what Mr. Medina just relayed to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think maybe his comments regarding the computer systems at billing might be worthwhile as well. Maybe we should review that also if they are running that slow.
Couldn't hear you, Councilman. What was the?
I'm sorry, maybe we should review the computer systems being used by the billing department if they are running slow.
We'll have to confirm what he said.
Yeah.
Peter Collins is listening, so, yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I was going to reiterate what the mayor said. I received numerous calls all the time about people calling in the utilities department and our 311 and having to wait long times to get through to a real person. I mean, maybe we should investigate, like a lot of companies, if you don't want to hold, leave your number and we'll call you back, or, we need to do something to improve people having to wait for an hour to get through to the system.
Right, okay.
Well, it's the customer service.
And I agree about Cal Allen. We should have installed a pipe a long time ago.
Right.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Peter, can we get some specific statistics? I understand, his particular situation, but we need to have, what the data is behind my 311, and so we know exactly what's happening. I'd be remiss to say blame IT, because it's really easy to say my computer's slow when you're not doing your job. Okay, so I want to make sure that we see actual data on that, and make sure that information's actually getting on that as well. We had a lot of problems with the MTUs and previously not receiving the information. We need the data on that. So I want to make sure we have good data to make good decisions on.
Yes, sir, and just to be clear, the 311 system is different than what?
So you're referring to the utility billing office, right?
Excuse with the
utility
gentleman?
billing office?
Yeah, Mr. Medina was speaking in reference to the utility billing office, which is a separate number,
So
separate
you
operation.
have two things there, and there was mentioned the 311 here earlier, but there's also linkage there, so I guess we need to see all of that to see what our wait times are.
Yeah, just to be clear, so the 311, we moved all the call takers that would deal with utility bills from 311 and put them to the utility billing office. That was a change that was made earlier this year. So they're really not linked, although they both answer a phone, but we'll get you all the data. I just wanted for the council and the community to know that 311 is a different call center compared to the utility billing office.
Okay, and that's fine, but
Yes,
we
sir.
need data for all of it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Carla Pares de Luna. And then we'll have Samuel Fryer, Delyn Torres, and Rachel Caballero.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Carla Pares de Luna at 510 Wagon Wheel Drive, Corpus Christi. This is my first time addressing anyone in this manner. I'm here to represent the Northwest Senior Center in the Annabelle area. We are just requesting longer hours. I'm representing all of the people there. I have a petition here from a few people that were there this morning. Last minute, I thought about it to get a petition signed, so there was only 33 people there. We have a lot of activities that we do, and we can't fit them in the short time that we have. We are one of the few centers that only has just 4 hours during the day and 3 hours on Monday that we're open. We'd like extended hours so we can have fun and have activities to do. And we don't have anything else in that area. We play volleyball. We have pool tables. We do crafts. We have lunch together and fellowship and have a good time. We play dominoes. We have a garden area. We don't like being alone. It keeps us out of the heat, keeps our bills down, we don't get to paint or do anything extra in the little time that we have open. I've given you a copy of the petition that I got a few people to sign this morning. We have over 50 members, so we do have a lot of members. At the time that they shortened our hours, it was in the afternoon on a Friday when everybody leaves early. So they only saw a few people there, so they had shortened our hours. That was a long time ago before COVID and stuff. But now we have a lot. We have probably 50 or more people at lunchtime. As you see our activity calendar, this is what we have going on now, and that's where we have to stop because CV means chair volleyball. And that's our favorite thing to do over there. And then we have our bingos, of course, but then we have to stop.
Right.
Because we don't have enough time to do anything else. We'd like more hours.
Okay.
Basically, that's why I'm here.
Ms. DeLuna, thank you. And you attend, right?
Yes,
okay.
I am a senior.
You're a senior.
Yes.
You look great.
Thank you. I'm a senior, and I'm a volunteer there also.
Oh, you are?
So
Okay.
I have just a couple of people
Okay.
with me that came
Yeah.
with me and asked me to speak because they didn't want to.
Okay, no, we thank you for that.
Thank you.
And Peter, I think it'd be interesting to note, what is the usage of our senior centers?
Yeah.
I imagine some are used more than others. Clearly, this one's a busy one.
It's very
So I'd like to know that, just so we can consider her request.
Okay, great. Yeah, perfect timing, Ms.
Perfect
DeLuna,
timing.
because we're working on the budget now, so
Yeah.
if the council wants to add more positions, we could do that if we have the financial resources.
Thank you. Okay, Samuel Fryer.
Good morning, Mayor, Councilman, or Council. My name is Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in zip code 78414. What you see in front of you is just, you know that we have the Gulf Mexican Youth Climate Summit that took place, and I know they had a lot of things that actually provided information, working in collaboration with the city to instigate or initiate certain things dealing with sustainability. So I'm here among many voices, not initially to speak about the sustainability department per se, but since we see that it's no longer on the table as it stands in the budget. However, about the actual concepts that are embedded within the budget that do virtually the same thing. What you see is, you notice in that you have certain speakers. You have two of the council persons that were there speaking. You have the former Nueces County Judge, Barbara Canales. Then of course, one of the key proponents is Mr. Alex, or Armand Alex, who was actually one of the big spearheads to this. He was a part of the clean slate during the elections last year. Another one was Nancy Vera, was a part of that clean slate. So what you have next, these are not listed as pejoratives, but when you see social justice, environmental justice, or economic justice, anything in front of justice actually is a perversion of justice. You're talking critical race theory, women's reproductive health, gender-affirming care, body autonomy, and the COVID mandates. All of these things are all related to what is going on when you're talking sustainability and climate change. Now, it's progressive, it's socialist, it's Marxist, it's communist, and it's globalist. Now, I'm not saying that everyone involved is that way and they think that way. Some people are actually misinformed or don't understand what is actually going on. So what I want to say is this: you look at our city budget now, what you see is, you see various things here, and you notice that the very initiatives that they pushed are actually in the actual budget. And that is what is called the shell game. So as opposed to saying, well, we're not going to do a city budget anymore that includes sustainability department, but we're going to incorporate all these initiatives in the budget anyway, is a shell game. So the Creator God gave us dominion over the earth, but he didn't give us dominion over human beings. And I noticed it seemed like my time only gave me 2 minutes. But so it is good to understand that the budget does not include new departments and things of that nature. And that's fine, and I greatly appreciate that. But climate change is real. I believe in climate change. It's called summer, fall, winter, spring. In Germany, there was in 2003, when I was deployed to Iraq, there was actually extreme heat.
Thank you.
In 2010, there was extreme cold. We had freezing here as well. So I just wanted to say I would like is that we ensure that we do not allow any concepts of sustainability in the department.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Dylan Torres?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, Peter, everyone, staff. Dylan Torres, 617 Lansdowne, and that's District 2. But I'm here to talk to you more than anything else is District 3. Right now, you're being handed out one of our souvenirs that were given to every player for our 17th annual Beach Soccer Fest down at McGee Beach. I came to you prior to the event. I'm here now to say it was definitely a success. We had 171 teams with an average of 8 players every team. Then you add mom, dad, boyfriend, girlfriend, grandma, grandpa, or maybe just spectators who love to watch beach soccer. The beach was full, and again, a wonderful event, thanking everyone within the city staff, all the different departments who assisted, and of course, all of Express Soccer Club's volunteers who assisted to put on this annual event. But at the same time, I want to say Express Soccer looks to the city of Corpus Christi. Please keep us in mind when it comes to Salinas Park. We need your help. Our volunteers maintain those soccer fields. Even in this heat, we're refurbishing all the goals that we provided many years ago and trying to keep that grass growing by moving teams around so that they're not always on the exact same location. That way, hopefully, the grass keeps growing. We're expanding in numbers. We have players from all over the Coastal Bend area. It's not just Corpus Christi. It's not just District 3. It is Beeville, Victoria, Rockport, Ingleside, Portland, Gregory, Alice, Kingsville, and everything in between. So as you can see, we have recreational, we have select, and this year we're proud to say we have a team that is participating in Frontier. That is a regional level competition with North Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. That is something that provides additional advertising, marketing, you name it, about Corpus Christi, Texas, the sparkling city by the sea. And we hope that Salinas Park, with your help, keep us in mind. My volunteers are working. I just need a little assistance from everyone else. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Rachel Caballero. Then we'll have John Weber, Jerry Plemons, and Eli McKay.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. It's pronounced Rachel. Good afternoon, elected representatives of the people of this community and my taxpayer-paid employees and city staffers. Changing the structure of the meeting is absolutely 100% unacceptable. People are accustomed to the 12 o'clock start time. I've got to look at the charter to see if there's some legality of you guys just choosing to randomly change the time because you're moving early, so that's not acceptable. For the gentleman, we have 15 new code enforcement officers that are fining the community members. Maybe send one of those guys over to the people that own the cemeteries and start fining them to require them to maintain the cemeteries. And obviously there is something wrong with the billing department, with the billing system. You've had troubleshooters in April of this year. People are coming week after week. I did an analysis on a bill, and you guys billed for 33 days. In this country, there are either 30 or 31 days a month, not 33 days. The billing system has to be reviewed. I'm here to ask you all to do the right thing by us, the community. Do not increase any utility rates and do not increase tax rates. I'm not sure if you all have noticed, but the entire country is being negatively impacted by inflation, and it is killing us. In case you guys don't do your own shopping, grocery prices are at an all-time high, and fuel prices are climbing. Considering how much water and land we have given to industry and how much of our air they're polluting, we can't even get them to give us a discount on fuel. We should consider that in the next industrial district agreement negotiation. We cannot afford to have you all constantly raising tax rates and utility rates. I think I speak on behalf of a lot of community members that we would like for you to be more effective and efficient with the money that you've already been given. The population here is not growing. In 2020, there was 317,852 people. In 2021, it decreased by 79 people. There are no numbers out for 2022 yet. So all of this increasing of the budgets is not adding up. We cannot afford to have any of you on council if you all cannot vote in favor of the people of this community. You all should be representing us. Again, I am here to ask you all to do the right thing by us. Do not increase water and utility rates, and do not increase tax rates. We cannot afford you, and I will be more than happy to remind the general public come election time.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Before I go into my presentation, I would like to ask the mayor to please enforce decorum on the council. Last meeting, a council member broke decorum and interrupted my comments. After my comments, he broke decorum again by making an unfactual statement of fact. I emailed him and gave him an opportunity to correct the record in case I had made any mistakes. I got no response from him. Next slide. Of the 22 reports I reviewed, 9 were council members, 8 were ethics commissioners, and 5 were city management. I found it interesting that 10 listed no sources of income, including council members, ethics commissioners, and even city employees. I also found it interesting only 3 listed owning any publicly traded stock, and only 1 listed owning mutual funds worth over $5K. That would mean 13.6% of those filling out the report own public stocks or mutual funds worth over $5K. According to Gallup poll of May 24th, 61% of all Americans own stocks or mutual funds. That number goes as high as 84% for people with higher incomes and higher education levels. I find it hard to believe that the filers are so far below the national average. For that reason, I am suggesting a formal class be given to all required filers. They could come to class with their financial statements and their tax returns. The group could all complete an amended report online at the same time during the course. I suggest the city attorney give the class. His filing appears to be by far the most accurate and detailed I reviewed. He even listed his driver's license under licenses. Next slide. He provided a detailed list of his stocks, mutual funds, bonds, interest, and dividends. Next slide. Next slide. At a bare minimum, he should be used as an example for others. Next slide. I also encourage all reporters from checking the no changes box. For most people, financial information changes regularly. In this example, the most recent filed report that I received and the no changes box isn't checked is from 2019 for the 2018 annual report. It is hard to believe that someone's financial information hasn't changed in 4 years. As always, have a nice day.
Believe it. Thank you. Jerry Plemons.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak here. My name is Jerry Plemons. I'm at 7313 Pepper Ridge, it's District 5. I'm also a business owner. I own South Texas Research at 1010 Ohio, which is District 2. And I also work as part-time as an educator at Incarnate Word Academy, which is also District 2. And I'm here to ask for your support on my appointment to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee coming up. The reasons for that is I have a long history in Corpus Christi. My family goes back here 100 years. I've lived here all my life. I have a 10-year-old. We also enjoy our parks. I have a bachelor's degree in geography and a master's degree in parkland use. My master's thesis was on the use and demonstration of personal historical experiences and the incorporation of parklands in Texas. So I have a very strong background in parks. I would like to support Bill Witt being down the road from District 5. I know there's lots of resources going in there. I want to help ensure that those resources are being well spent. In District 2, parks there, as we know, they need some help. Lindale Park especially is a great site for more resources, so I want to see District 2, those parks become better utilized. I am a veteran. Greg Smith, I know him. I think he would vouch for my character. Chairman Todd Hunter, I speak with him regularly. He would vouch for my character. And of course, Dotson Lewis is a veteran. He's my mentor. He's inspiring me to come out and be more civic-minded. I've had the honor of having conversations with many of you. Of course, Councilman Hernandez, you're my district. I had conversations with you about issues in District 5. Councilman Pusley, I've had an honor to talk to you before. Mayor Guajardo, when you visited us at the round table, thank you for the time updating us on the city. Councilman Roy, same. I've had conversations with you. Thank you for the time and honor. And the rest of you, I hope to have meetings with you at some point in the future as well. So again, I hope you consider support my nomination for Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. As a lifelong member of this community, I'd like to do my part to help make the city a better place. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Eli McKay?
So nice to see the community supporting local nonprofits, so very cool. As y'all know, my name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples, which is now 1008 Marguerite Street in Uptown Corpus Christi, District 1. So I'm here again today to request that the city prioritize the Homeless Services Department budget and execute a realistic, viable plan for a non-corrugated shelter in the vicinity of existing resources like Mother Teresa, Metro Ministries, and the Salvation Army. As I said, I live in Uptown, and I have lived in the area a little over 12 years. During that time, I've had the opportunity to get to know many folks who are unhoused, and these people are my friends, and these people are my neighbors. I care about these people very much, and that's why I'm here today. They're also your constituents, regardless of if they vote or not. They live in this city, all over this city, not just in District 1. So after attending the District 1 budget meeting last night, I decided to take a closer look at the budget. Maybe not as close as some folks, but just to review, there were some things that kind of concerned me. The 22-23 original budget for homeless services shows $389,037. The amended budget for 22-23 for the homeless services shows $379,437, so about $10,000 less. The 22-23 estimated budget for homeless services now shows $356,938, so even less yet. Finally, our proposed budget for 23-24 for homeless services is $453,660. So a little bit more, but not a lot. Earlier this year, I did a request for public information from the city of Arlington, Texas. I think I've mentioned this before. They have the closest population to ours, and their 2023 homeless services budget is $1,874,698. And for context, that is 5 times what our estimated budget is for 22-23. And while I appreciate the efforts of the city manager and the city staff, it is clear that it's not a priority for our city, and I want to know how much of the budget is going to payroll for that department and how much is actually directly helping the community who needs the resources and help. Even the savings from the lighting replacement would save the city more than the actual budget for homeless services, the $600,000 in savings that they mentioned earlier. So I'm running out of time. Please stop doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Try something different and learn from cities who have done it before. Ensure that you have the right people in the right positions to do this challenging and necessary work. Please fund the Homeless Services Department better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza?
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, good evening, bonjour. I come over here again and to ask for help because I know I'm not from here, but my family has been here. Well, we're here. We're the first families since the 1700s.
Can you state your name and address, please? I'm sorry.
Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza, live 3009 Charles Drive, or Sylvia Henderson. And I come over here just to ask for support for my area. Again, I'm not here, but I care for my community. I deeply care. I help where I can. And the only reason that I come over here because I worry about the kids, the safety of the kids. And I wanted to make public that our area has been neglected for so many years, so many decades, that I'm really thinking, why are we still belonging to the city? None of the cities adjacent to San Antonio change or belong to San Antonio. They kept their independence With the money that we're paying to the city every year, we can have our issues fixed in 1 year. We don't need Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi need us. And why I'm telling this? Because I had to do the job for y'all for infrastructure, and I had to turn it in to the department, which I'm grateful for because they gave me the time. But I know it takes a process. I know it takes time. But I'm been living here 13 years and nobody has done anything. With the traffic on my street of 1,846 cars daily on 2012, that was the study, nothing was done to prevent an accident when they decided to add more traffic to that area. One of my kids' friends, who I walk for a year, he was run over, he had his femur fracture, and he had to have surgery. That happened on July 29 of 2016. So that accident, I just got the report of that traffic volume. That accident could have been prevented since 2012 because I requested, a speed bump. I paid for the study, and all those numbers were here. So his accident could have been easily prevented, and my whole point is, you're neglecting us, you're neglecting our kids, you're liable. So if Mr. Zanoni likes to spend money on lawyers and suits, be my guest, because our area is going to grow, and you're going to be liable if more kids get hurt for lack of devices, for lack of speed bumps, for lack of infrastructure on our area. So I'm not from here, but this is my kids. I show him to do the right thing, collecting trash, fostering animals. We help our community because that's the way I was raised. So please do your part. You're from here. Please care, and please give us some infrastructure.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez de la Garza. Armand Alex.
Howdy, folks. Good afternoon. My name is Armand Alex. I currently live in District 3, 1610 La Jolla Street. I'm the co-director of youth engagement for the Gulf Reach Institute. There may have been some mention about it as well. One of our youth premier programs is the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit. Our registered 501c3 nonprofit serves the community to provide STEM education to marginalized community, specifically young people of color, and we're very proud of that work. One of those programs I mentioned was the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, also known as GOMIX. We appreciate the shout out earlier. That youth program specifically focuses on engaging with young people the critical environmental issues facing the entirety of the Gulf of Mexico. We actually were able to host a summit just a few weeks ago. We had some amazing speakers, some amazing experts and scientists. Yes, Ms. Campos and Councilmember Klein were there, but they were in capacity of not officially as council members. Dr. Klein was there in capacity as the local chair of our Sierra Club group, and Ms. Campos was present as a social rights advocate. We also had a previous former county judge who currently sits with the flood mitigation plan for the state of Texas. It was vitally critical that we had her perspective at the table because they are currently working on flood mitigation for the Nueces County area. So her expertise was really important for young people to understand how to engage civically. So we appreciate the shout out. You're more than welcome to follow us. We've got some more posts up if you'd like to go and visit them. Samuel. I wanted to really bring to y'all's attention some of the sustainability initiatives. I've been able to send a few of y'all to y'all's emails some information on the breakdown of those initiatives. I just sent Mayor you as an email as well, and folks that don't have them, please feel free to reach out. I think I've sent a few emails in advance. I wanted to offer support for these specific initiatives. I want to flag that it's only $4.84 million that's been designated right now, which only encompasses 0.3% of the overall budget, so it's not a lot. It's quite a little, and there's a lot of opposition to it, which is a little bit strange. So let's talk about a little bit what those initiatives look like. One of my favorites is the Gulf Beach Survey. Right now, we understand that our beaches are eroding. We heard a presentation earlier that tourism brought in 1.4 billion. People come here for our beaches. If we're not taking care of our beaches, we have to be able to understand what's happening at them, how they're eroding. There's money in the sustainability initiatives that we've been pushing for that would help address that specifically. It costs money to do surveys, Gulf Beach surveys. This is one of those sustainability initiatives I'm hoping you all would be behind. Another one of my favorites is the Light Up CC Corpus Christi one. We understand that there are a lot of gaps in the lighting of our city. This was something Councilman Pusley was behind. So this is a sustainability initiative. According to Samuel, this would be something you'd be against, but this is something that we should all be for. There's a bunch of them. We'll provide you with more information if needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. I just wanted to take a quick moment to recognize yesterday was the passing of my grandmother, referred to as a Shi'icho, or my Shema. And I want to thank her for a brief moment for teaching me lessons that I grew up with our faith and our prayers to Shita'a, Istana'a Klesh, Chi'o Gana'ai. See, we actually prayed to Father Sky and Mother Earth. Didn't make us Marxists, didn't make us communists, didn't make us globalists, just things we cared about. As you know, one of the things I do care about is skateboarding. Quick transition there, sorry. I wanted to take a moment, if you were watching the news lately, there's a gentleman here in Corpus Christi, his name is Jimmy Gonzalez. He's a 70-year-old skateboarder, still dropping in at Cole Park, still skateboarding. And I used to brag that I was 53 and still skateboarding. When you get called, oh, young buck, you don't even know. So I just wanted to take a moment. If you guys don't know about the Caller Times did a great article on him. And once again, just here to remind you that not all kids catch touchdowns or throw footballs, but I'm really excited about the things moving forward. I was visiting some of the skateboard shops yesterday, and we were talking about West Guth. Some of them didn't know that that was happening. I was like, no, we've broken ground. We're all in agreement with it. We're going to push this thing forward. And I'm excited about the meeting tonight on Commodore's Drive because there's people on the island that would like to see a small skate park out there. I talked to Wind and Wave, and they were excited about Flower Bluff, which we'd mentioned and was actually on one of the main initiatives, hoping that we'll get passed to provide some shade, expand on it, do some maintenance. Anyway, I just think we're moving in the right direction. And finally, as much as we know I'm into skateboarding and BMXing, I wanted to take just a quick moment to remind the city of one of the oldest sort of sports nonprofits that has never really been recognized by the city, but I hope to bring some light to it. I've mentioned them before, TGSA, Texas Gulf Surfing Association. It was actually founded here in Corpus Christi in 1988. It is a 501c3 nonprofit and has been throwing contests up and down the Texas coast since then. They obviously are looking to get some light from the city, so we're hoping that Visit Corpus Christi can sort of start to mention some of the contests that are going to start coming up, including one this Saturday in Port Aransas. Just to give you a quick mission statement, their mission statement is to promote the spirit and sport of surfing on the Texas coast through healthy competition while promoting good sportsmanship, supporting education, and environmental awareness. That's the mission statement of the TGSA. I hope to meet with some of you individually, and maybe we could do something to recognize that incredible organization that's been here all this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Alicia Casperdas? Alicia? Okay, we don't have an Alicia. Peggy Dudon?
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Duran. I live at 4022 Congressional Drive and have lived there since 1984. Love this city. And I am happy that Corpus Christi is discussing resilience and sustainability for our city. This is overdue. Since 1980, Texas has had many billion-dollar weather disasters. We get everything. Right now, we're in a drought. We've had flooding. There have been hurricanes, blizzards. Texas has it all. Looking at other Texas cities, 5, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Lubbock, and Dallas, have let sustainability advocates, research institutes, academics, and architects work together with city officials to address infrastructure and local mentalities, since there's always resistance to new ideas. This makes both business and social good sense. In San Antonio, an adaptation plan with UT San Antonio, CPS Energy, and the city agree on these goals. Let's preserve natural resources. Let's have strict development standards to protect water and air quality. Green building with rooftop solar and water capture. Use of LEED, I had to look that up. I see it all the time at the store, LEED. Leadership in energy and environmental design. In Dallas, the George W. Bush Presidential Center was the first building and grounds to achieve LEED, again, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, Platinum Award by designing its 15 acres with Texas prairie grass, water capture cistern, and elements that actually reduced water use by 70% for the area. Houston, despite being a fossil fuel hub, is the nation's largest municipal user of green power. Nearly 100% of the city's government's energy come from renewable sources. That was a surprise to me. I mean, there are real cost savings involved that cities are finding by using these. Melting ice right now is greater than the authorities predicted. Projections are now showing that our coast and city will be affected by 2050. We need to come up with and agree on solutions. We've got young people willing and able to make Corpus Christi not only survive, but thrive. Let's them and our future have a chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dudon. Well, that will conclude our in-person public comment. And Ms. Huerta, we have a couple video?
Yes, ma'am. We have 1 video and 2 phone. The first is Shirin Del Sus.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Shirin Del Sus at 6030 Tapestry. Please play video provided.
We would like to advocate for protected bike lanes. Instead of this, let's have bike lanes like this. Instead of this, let's add a physical barrier. Every year in Corpus Christi, there are at least 65 bike accidents. Some have even been tragically fatal. We regularly see in the news about hit and runs and road rage. Victims from as young as 17 to even 78. The solution? Protected bike lanes. If you build protected bike lanes, accidents can be reduced by up to 90%. This is according to a study published in the American Journal of Public Health. This is common sense and backed up by multiple studies from reputable peer-reviewed journals and government officials. Because of protected bike lanes, accidents have been reduced in New York City, and in Montreal, and in Davis, California, Portland, Oregon, and even in Austin, Texas. In Austin, they claim that protected bike lanes have reduced accidents and fatal crashes by 82%. Unfortunately, Corpus Christi has no protected bike lanes, and this is causing harm to the reputation and quality of life in the city. A new ranking for bike friendliness was published on People for Bikes, a prominent bike advocacy organization in the USA. In 2022, Corpus Christi was on the bottom 26th percentile. In 2023, today, Corpus Christi is in the bottom 10th percentile. Many cities are taking advantage of bike-friendly infrastructure, which makes Corpus Christi fall behind consistently. Some city workers feel like road signs are effective. Sure, it can be effective to a point. There are speed signs every few yards, yet people speed everywhere every day. But what about public awareness campaigns? It can be effective to a point. Millions of dollars have been spent on drunk driving campaigns, yet every night there are many people who drive under the influence. Physically making it an impossibility, like speed bumps and car breathalyzer installations, increases the effectiveness to 100%. This is why we heavily advocate for a physical barrier for cyclists. A protected bike lane prevents cars from physically getting into cyclists' harm's way. Some city workers say that posts are not a good idea in Corpus Christi, but we already see posts like these everywhere in Corpus Christi. If posts are a problem, why are they still up? Why does the city staff always make excuses when the facts are right in front of them? What else have they been missing? The latest reports show accidents have been steadily increasing. In 2021, there were 220 reported crashes. For more information on our advocacy efforts, follow us on Instagram at iBikeCC. Sign our petition at ibikecc.com.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. DelSeuss. Next is Blanca Parkinson.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you're on.
Blanca Parkinson, District 1, Silverton Drive. The city's water department opened their budget presentation on 7/19 by stating that the drought contingency plan would not be discussed at that time. There has since been no update on this so-called drought contingency plan, which is not a conservation plan. It's an exploitative abuse of the ratepayer.
Ms. Parkinson? Yeah, you're cutting out.
Okay, can I start over?
Well, I paused the timer, so go
Hello?
ahead. You can start now.
At the beginning or?
Ms. Parkinson, sounds like we've lost you.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am going to start my comment.
Well, I paused it, so you can start, but we've already used some time.
70 and 80% of our water, our total water, are exempt by just paying 25 cents per 1,000 gallons. And as soon as I get off this call, you all will jump up and down and say, no, those numbers are wrong. But you will jump up and down and you will land in the same place. You will never post the numbers because they are a picture of the monopolization of our water. The numbers were confirmed by the Water Resource Manager on 8/31/21, and we too are intimate with San Pat Municipal Water District. Maybe not in the way Councilman Barrera is, but we know that 70 to 80% of the water going to San Pat is also for industry. You jump up and down and land in the same place with the issue of conservation. We are still waiting to hear what and how industry conserves. Perhaps Bob is back there lurking with the other industry spooks. Maybe they can come up and state their name and address. The city has continued to promise more and more water to large volume water users. Just to name a few, global conglomerate. Another globalist conglomerate. Development. Portfolio.
We've lost you again, ma'am.
And 2 miles from Violet Andrews Kite Surf Park. Do the kite surfers know about that?
Just a real bad connection.
You cited it in a shift. What they plan to do with 100,000 cubic yards of muck. I recommend you visit the optional measures under 10.3A on your drought plan and end the exemption for using water right now, and you all were to cut off our water, which I don't put past y'all. We are not the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Next, we have Catherine Barnes.
Hi, this is Catherine Barnes. Hi, this is Catherine Barnes, District 1, 78411. It is incumbent upon the mayor, city council, and the city manager to leave Corpus Christi better than you found it for generations to come, and better does not mean deeper in debt. Budget increases are expected with population increases. However, Corpus Christi is not increasing in population. Your chronic misuse of certificate of obligations outside of the scope of design is providing an undue financial burden upon taxpayers. It's interesting that in your initiative, you put in $4 million for sustainability in the budget. However, there's a much significantly smaller budget for homelessness, especially in District 1, in light of the recent news of the Hotel Convention Center. People always talk about sustainability, but never talk about the downside of which how electric batteries are made, and also how are they disposed of, because they're not able to be disposed of. Just because other cities have a sustainability department or sustainability initiative doesn't mean that it's right for Corpus Christi, nor Corpus Christi should follow suit. I concur with my other fellow citizens that we do not want residents to incur any additional taxes, whether that be income taxes or utility taxes. Until you have a clear idea of what Corpus Christi residents actually want and what is best for Corpus Christi, I suggest you not add any more budget initiatives. Your actions for the betterment or the decline of Corpus Christi are beneficially or detrimentally will affect your re-election in the future. And so I just remind you to leave Corpus Christi better than you found it, and better doesn't mean deeper in debt for legacy, which is our children and their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, so we will now move on to boards and committees appointments. Norma, or Ms. Huerta, sorry.
All right, Mayor and Council, we will start from the top with the Arts and Cultural Commission. So the first board for your consideration is the Arts and Cultural Commission. There are 3 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories of youth education, architecture, and higher education. These are mayoral appointments, and they're subject to council confirmation.
Mayor, could I ask, for some reason I can't get the appointments list to come up on my iLegislate. I don't know what, so could we have them bring them up on the screen if possible?
Can they do that?
You have a board packet, Norma? Okay.
I had names marked, and I can't see them now because it won't come up for whatever reason.
Sure. Well, I guess let me go ahead and
Yes,
redo
name
this
your-
while we're doing that.
yes, ma'am, your
So the last
recommendations.
vote really wasn't valid because of
Yeah, we had
that
to do
issue.
public comment.
So at this time, I would like to recommend the reappointment of Simone Sanders under the Youth and Education slot. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I would also like to recommend the new appointments of Ernest De La Garza under Business Development Group and Corporation Representative, and Melina Gosa under Marketing. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the recommendation. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay,
So
very
now
good.
we'll move on to,
Yes, ma'am, Capital Improvements
Capital
Advisory Committee. So there's 6 vacancies on that committee. So each council member and the mayor nominate members, and the city manager nominates the remaining 6 members. And these are all subject to confirmation by the full council. So the vacant positions today are nominated by City Manager Zanoni. He's recommending the reappointments of Alex Harris, Melody Nixon-Bice, Velda Tamez, Patricia Atkin, and Jonathan Gonzalez, and the new appointment of Ramiro Munoz. Okay.
I second.
okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next we have the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. There's 1 vacancy. The city manager is recommending the appointment of our new Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Ryan Skriparchik.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, next is the Landmark Commission. There's one vacancy. It represents the following, it's preferred but not required category, and that's of historian.
Oh, right.
It's up there, but we just need them to show that camera view.
And maybe.
Mayor, I'd like to
Maybe make
nominate-
that a little bit bigger if we can.
I'd like to make a nomination.
Yes, ma'am.
Cheryl McLaughlin.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's much better if you zoom in. Okay, do we have I'm sorry, where were we? Ms.
I
Hoffman?
just made a nomination of Cheryl McLaughlin.
Let's go and open, we're going to open nominations, and you have Cheryl. Okay, any other nominations? Okay, this is for the Landmark Commission?
Yes, ma'am. Landmark Commission, the category, it's historian, but it could be preferred, but it's preferred but not required. It doesn't have to be someone in that category.
Okay.
But Councilmember Campos is nominating Ms.
Ms.
McLaughlin, who does qualify for that.
Okay, well, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Parks and Recreation Committee. There's 7 vacancies, and the following members are seeking reappointment. They're Thomas Cronin, Adam Rios, and Howard Shower. Their attendance rates are in your packets.
Mayor, I move for reappointment of those individuals.
I second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 4 vacancies.
I'd like to make a nomination.
Yeah, we need to leave those up on the screen if that's okay. There we go. A little higher, Norma. So there you go. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Joan Adams.
This is
Well,
for Parks and Recreation. Okay, so we
Yes.
have how many slots, Rebecca?
There's 4, Mayor.
4 that we're
4
filling?
slots are open.
Okay, so nominations are open.
And you recommended who, Ms. Campos?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate.
Well, wait a,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I didn't hear.
It should be Joan Adams, but
Oh,
it's
got it.
misspelled. Y'all have
thank
her
you.
as
Okay, I appreciate
A-D-M-A-S, Wolf. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Jerry Flemons, as well as Samuel Fryer and Sean Flanagan.
Can one person nominate 3 people?
You can nominate just as many vacancies as we have, no more. So he nominated 3.
I mean, from one person.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know what, the rule is you can nominate more unless people have other nominations. So so we'll just do, the first one you mentioned was Clemens, is that okay? Okay.
Okay, so we have Adams, we have Clemens.
Right.
Are there any other nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Glenn Duhan.
Glenn Duhan, okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate James M. Leonard.
Leonard, okay.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Samuel Fryer.
Okay, so we have
Hold on.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Leonard.
5.
Unless it's already been done, I'll nominate Sean Flanagan.
Flanagan. Okay, so we have Adams, we have Clements, we have Duhan, Leonard, Fryer, and Flanagan.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate George Woods.
George Woods, and we'll add Woods to that. And we are, okay, so we're looking for 4.
Did you get that, Norma?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So any other nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Rudy Tejano Peña.
Rudy, okay.
Okay.
4.
4. Let's see here.
There you go.
4.
Off that list, Mr. Hernandez, was there anybody else? If there's no other nominations, he had a few other ones, but I don't know if there were somebody else that's lacking.
Does anybody
No? Are you
else have
good?
any?
Okay.
I think everybody's nominated someone.
Yeah, I know, it's funny.
Okay.
All right, Mayor, you want to start with Ms. Campos?
Sure, Ms.
Okay.
Campos.
Joan Adams. Do I have to
I would do
continue
all
like
4.
with all 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess Peña. And Jerry, we already have Jerry. Oh, Jerry Plemons. And let me see. Ooh, I don't know. There's George Woods.
Okay.
Flemings, Leinart, Fryer, and Flanagan.
Okay.
Leinhart or Leehart, what's his name?
Leonard.
Leonard.
Okay.
Clemens, Leonard, Fryer, and Flanagan.
Four. Okay, Clemens. Duhan. Adams, I'm sorry. And Leonard.
Leonard.
Adams Wolf, Clemens, Duhan, and Lehert.
Who? Leonard?
Lenhart, yeah.
Leonard.
So Clemens, Fryer, Flanagan. Oh, I put Fryer twice, so I need one more. And it's Leonard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Leonard.
Adams Wolf, Clemens, Leonard, and Woods.
Leonard, Fryer, Flanagan, Woods.
Okay. So we have Clemens and, so.
Can you slide it back?
Those are appointed, so we have 2 more vacancies to fill, right?
Right, because the other ones didn't.
Okay, can you move it over? No, I can't see. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we need to do, we're gonna need to do another vote just with those individuals, Adams, Duhan, Fryer, and Flanagan. Okay.
So it's the rest,
Yes, ma'am.
the rest of them. Okay.
Yes, since we've got 2, now we just have 2 slots, so we'd be asking you to vote for 2.
Right. Okay, we'll start out with Councilman Suckling.
It has to be a majority per the rules, a majority have to,
They have to get the
right,
the majority vote. Okay.
Yes.
Councilman
Mhm.
Suckling.
That's our council policy rules, yeah. Yes, ma'am, 2.
Fryer, Flanagan.
Adams and Pena.
Who?
Adams and Pena.
Fryer and Flanagan.
Adams and Duhan.
Flanagan and Duhan.
Fryer and Flanagan.
Fryer and Flanagan.
Adams and Adams, no, I'm kidding. Okay. Adams and I don't know. Woods.
Okay. So Mr. Flanagan's appointed. So now we just need 1 more. So it'd be Adams, Duhan, Fryer, Woods, and Pena.
Oh my.
We need to look at this policy. Same votes.
Okay. So we'll start with Councilwoman
Adams.
Yeah, just one, that's right.
Fryer.
Fryer.
Adams.
Adams. Fryer.
Adams.
Fryer.
It's a time. Okay, so now. That's right.
Well,
Michael's gone.
you could postpone it, someone could change their vote now, and Mr. Hunter's not here, so we
So
could postpone.
Unless someone wants to change the vote and they know it, come forth. If not, we're moving on and we'll bring it back next time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anybody? Okay.
Mayor, if Mr. Hunter comes back, can we bring this back later in this council meeting?
If he shows up.
If he shows up.
Sure, we can
Yeah, it's
consider that.
posted, so we could,
Yeah.
yeah, if he does show.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
For now, we'll put it off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, we're going to go into section J.
Well, we've got
consent-
Sister City Committee, one more.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm sorry,
trying to get
almost.
through.
So Sister
Okay,
City Committee.
Sister City.
There's 3 vacancies on this committee. Arthur Wallace is seeking reappointment.
Okay, does anybody want?
I move to reappoint Mr. Wallace.
Great. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, Mr. Wallace takes it. And now we're going to go and open
Well, we got-
nominations.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to nominate Sarah Rodriguez, District 2.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Heather Moritzen.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Mr. Harris.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to nominate Jessica Bada.
Jessica, okay. Okay, we'll close nominations. And we will start with Mr. Suckley.
Okay, to vote for 2.
We're voting for 2. Okay.
Harris and Moritzon.
Rodriguez and Moritzon.
Harris and Martizon.
Moritzon.
Hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad.
Harris and Moritzon.
Rodriguez. Did somebody? Yeah, Pata.
Harris and Mordazon.
Moritzon and Bada.
Rodriguez and Bada.
Okay, so Moretzin gets it, and then the runoffs are Rodriguez, Harris, and Bada. So we need
For
one
one
more.
more- for one
Yes,
more
ma'am,
seat.
for one more seat.
Rodriguez.
And who started? Mr. Suckley started, so we can start with Ms. Campos.
Sure.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Miss Bada.
This is for one person?
Yes, sir.
Harris?
No, it's Rodriguez or, oh, no,
No,
there
he-
is a
no,
third
he's
one.
correct.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's one.
I thought
Mhm.
there were 2. Rodriguez.
Harris.
Harris.
Rodriguez.
Harris.
So
Okay,
what do we have?
on that one too, we're gonna have to come back.
Mayor, I'll change my vote to Harris.
All right, well then that would, Mr. Harris is then appointed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Our consent agenda, section J, is items 5 through 16. Would anyone like to pull an item for individual consideration? Anybody? Okay. Okay, There being none, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda.
Mayor, I'm sorry. You said through 16. Could I pull item 16?
5 through 6, yes, you can.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and pull that. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 16.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 16 is an ordinance authorizing acceptance and future amendments of Women, Infant, and Children's Nutrition Program, or WIC, grant for $1,172,131. And Mr. Klein, your question or comment?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Dr. Khan. I asked you this question yesterday as well, and I just wanted to ask it during the meeting again as well, so as to get the public information about this. Regarding the WIC program, how does the public find out about this, about these funds that are available?
So this year we have offered 55,000 benefits to the women. So word of mouth is huge. Women go back, they talk to one another and their neighbors and pregnant moms. We are working with several coalition members as well, like other organizations in Corpus Christi. We have huge following on social media. WIC has its own social media. We also get support from Texas WIC, but we collaborate with the WIC program. Also our outreach, we do community coalitions. Again, the health district had Tour Your Health District. Our WIC department had a kiosk there as well. So again, word of mouth, outreach, sharing of flyers, all the information that we can send.
So if somebody feels that they may be eligible for these funds, would they contact your office then, the Public Health Department, or is it someone else?
They can reach us as well, but there's a website as well, Texas WIC, where they can go and check their eligibility.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had. I move
Thank you.
approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Khan. Okay, section L is public hearings. Item number 17 is zoning case number 0623-04, Southern Builders Company LLC, located in District 2. Ordinance rezoning a property at or near 639 Delmar Boulevard.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director. The case before you is zoning case number 0623-04. The applicant is Southern Builders Company, LLC. The subject property is located on 639 Delmar Boulevard and is in District 2. And the rezoning request is from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RSTH Townhome District.
Mayor, unless the councilwoman has any problems, would you like to move to approve of this?
I sure would.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Let me open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Councilman
Public
Hernandez.
hearing, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I had a question on this. I know there was a similar kind of project just a couple blocks down on Cole Street, and I drove by it today, and they're in construction. Looks like it's going through, but this lot is much smaller. Can you?
Yeah, it's a lot that's a little over 10,000 square feet, and given the townhome standards, you could probably develop I'd say between 3 and 4 units.
I mean, it doesn't leave a lot for parking. I mean, it's just not a.
Yeah,
It's not a very large lot.
Right, the parking requirements would be 2 spaces per unit. So it does have site constraints, you're correct. So I haven't seen a site plan for it, but you're probably looking at maybe 3 dwelling units on that lot, possibly 4, depending, if there's shared parking.
I know we're just looking at zoning, but I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
in actual practice. I mean, I can't see more than a duplex on that particular lot, but the actual design and when it's platted, that's going to be on the planning commission. But as long as it meets the requirements, unless you're going to make you're not going to make any special.
It's not a PUD, it's just a request for a
Okay.
townhome district,
All
so
right.
it would need to meet the standards of the townhome
Okay,
district.
thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So Councilman Hernandez brings up a good question. I would just like to know this in general. If they design the townhomes with like garages underneath, let's say 2-car garage, does that give them credit for the parking? I
Yes,
mean,
that, they would meet the parking requirement.
okay, so really, it's going to be up to how they design it in terms of efficiency.
Absolutely.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Councilman Hernandez brings up a good point, Peter. In the future, this is something we really need to look at because a number of these duplexes that have been built out in the Toloso Midway area with the 2 parking requirements, what you end up with is families living in those duplexes, and mom has a car, dad has a car, one of the kids has a car, and the next thing you know, you've got 3 cars parked on the street. So in this area, that's going to be an issue. So parking on the street is not going to be easy, being that they're facing a major thoroughfare. So it's something we need to look at in the future, and it probably is going to be retrospective of where this particular location is. But
Right.
we did approve one down the street just a short time ago.
That'd be a
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Nina, would that be a
Okay.
unified development code issue?
Right, we could take a look at, the parking standards required for the 2-family and the
Yeah,
townhome
we
district.
can bring that
to
back
see
to the
if-
council to
Okay.
evaluate some
Yeah.
recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
It's a public hearing.
I already did it.
We did? Okay.
Thank you. Motion carries. Section M is an individual consideration items 18 through 21. Item number 18 is a motion authorizing the purchase of 87 Cradle Points cellular routers.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Is there anyone in the public that, or in the audience that would like to comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion on the dais? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 19 as well.
Second.
Okay, and I will, item number 19 for our public's knowledge is a resolution authorizing a 2-year service agreement with D. Reynolds Company for the replacement of the supervisory control and data acquisition or SCADA systems at 77 wastewater lift stations. Is there anyone, I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is a resolution designating and establishing the Convention Center Complex as a project authorized by Chapters 504 and 505 of the Texas Local Government Code, identifying a method for financing the project and resolving other matters in connection therewith. Hi, Heather.
Good afternoon. I'm Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So the presentation I will give currently is going to be for both item number 20 and for 21. We have 2 different actions to take today. One is the resolution to define what the Convention Center Complex is, and then the second would be the ordinance to call, the first reading of the ordinance to call the election. When we're looking at our Convention Center project, the Convention Center project scope includes our arena, the Convention Center, the Salina Auditorium, the Entertainment District, and the new headquarters hotel that is being proposed. So just a recap, right now the estimates for the project is, for the total project over several years would be a total project of $725 million. And a city investment of $480 million. This would include the expansion and renovation of our American Bank Center, an entertainment district to accompany this area, parking along with the headquarters hotel. And so all 4 of these components have different levels of investment by the city and by the anyone that we partner with on this project. So earlier, a couple of months ago, we came through and presented a plan of finance. And so we looked at the different sources of revenue that were available for this project. And those sources of revenue include our PFC, which was recently approved by the legislature, hotel and sales taxes, both the state's portion and the local portion, our 2% venue tax, Type A taxes, sales taxes, Type B, economic development sales taxes, and then potential TERS revenues. And so of those, the largest component would be the repurposing of the Type A sales tax. This would account for approximately 35% of the estimated funding. So where we are today is that currently there's 1/4 cent sales tax, with 1/8 of that cent, 1/8 cent going to the arena for the debt payments on the arena debt that has been outstanding, along with maintenance and operations of the facility. And then 1/8 cent going to the seawall complex. So that is for the debt service on the seawall, along with continuing maintenance and operations of the seawall. The arena sales tax, 1/8 cent, expires in 2025 at the final payment of that debt. And the seawall sales tax expires in 2026 at the final payment of that debt. So the two 1/8 cents or 1/4 cent produces approximately 17.8 million annually, which continues to increase year over year as our sales tax collections increase. So on the convention center complex as defined by resolution, so one of the actions today that council will be asked to do is to approve a resolution to define what the convention center complex will include. And so currently it is proposed to include the arena, the convention center, the Salina Auditorium, the new headquarters hotel, and the seawall. When we had brought this forward during the plan of finance, along with when we made the motion to move forward with this, there had been some discussion on defining the seawall. So we're proposing the definition to be that it would be the seawall flood control structure to include the public improvements and promenade along the length of the downtown seawall from the Port of Corpus Christi to McGee Beach that connect directly to the seawall, as well as flood protection features that are necessary to the downtown seawall flood protection system, along with its surface from the sea-facing highest vertical edge inland 100 feet. So one of the things, it was real easy to say we just want to do up to the top level, but that seawall structure extends out into the water, extends back in behind the sidewalk area. So we wanted to make sure that we encompassed those areas that constitute and make up that seawall flood control structure, along with there are some pumps in the downtown area that help with that continued flood control in the downtown area. So that is what we're proposing as the definition. So the process for the Type A repurposing is that we propose that we do call the election for number 2023 to approve the repurposing of the 1/4 cent after the existing debt is paid in full. So again, to reiterate, this is repurposing of existing sales tax. This is not an increase in the sales tax, but taking the sales tax that's already been collected and repurposing it for this convention center complex, along with we're proposing parks, streets, and streets. So the election prior to the expiration ensures that there's no interruption in collection. So even though the item will go to election in November, again, this would not, the repurposing would not happen until the debt is paid in full. And this will be a single measure and ballot proposition. So again, we propose to reallocate the 1/4 cent allocation for the convention center complex as defined by resolution. Regional parks, which we will not be naming specific regional parks because we utilize that definition as a regional park, which is usually a park that is close to 50 acres, has unique characteristics, has high traffic, and so those regional parks may change as the city grows or adds more parkland. If approved, the collections can be used for specific items approved by voters in perpetuity, or till change is approved by voters. So unlike the current Type A sales tax, where it was tied to a specific expiration of debt, this repurposing will be in perpetuity or until it goes back to the voters and it is allocated for a different purpose. So the proposed ballot language will read as this. It'll be replacing the expiring Type A sales and use tax by adopting a sales and use tax at the rate of 1/4 of 1%, maintaining the current level of sales and use tax, with proceeds to be used for the construction, renovation, maintenance, and operations of regional parks, commercial and industrial streets, and the convention center complex, a term defined by resolution, and we'll put that resolution number when that resolution is approved. So the next step would be if council approves the ordinance on first reading, we'll bring that ordinance back for second reading. Today, we do anticipate that we will bring that resolution forward. Resolution is only one reading, and so if there are further changes that council desires to be made to that resolution, we can always bring that back again at the next meeting to modify that. But we will need to approve the resolution, the second reading of the resolution on August the 15th. So we do recommend moving forward with approving the resolution defining the convention center complex and approving the ordinance to call the election for November to repurpose the 1/4 cent. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Roy.
I had asked in previous meetings, a couple times now,
Yes.
that in terms of looking at the 1/4 cent sales tax, where it's allocated, where the conventional center complex, regional parks, and then commercial and industrial streets. I also asked, and I know that I did get an answer in terms of, can we allocate some of that to airports?
Yes.
Would it fit? And I was told it does.
It can, yes.
So my question is, and again, I really think, I mean, we're doing all of this work to enhance the convention center, the downtown space, but if we don't have the routes for people to get here, then I think that we're doing a lot of that in vain.
Sure.
So I stressed the importance of being able to add that part that talks about some, the amount of money going to the airport.
Sure.
And
we do have, if it is a consensus of council, we can add that you can propose an amended ordinance. We do have language that we could include that if there is a consensus on including that within the proposition.
Yeah. Yeah, I would strongly recommend it. I hope the council gets behind me on this. I think it's a good use of money. We put a lot of money right now into a lot of these parks, and I know that if we had a direct flight to Denver and we had one to Vegas and some other things based on what I've heard, I think it would definitely help the city. So I'd like to recommend that.
Sure.
Can you go back one slide?
To the
Right here.
proposed,
Yeah, so this is the actual language?
this would be the language as proposed that would be on the ballot, yes.
Adopting a sales and use tax. And I guess this is the best we can do to make it as clear as day that it's not a new tax. You know, the word tax alone is dangerous because people, they may not necessarily realize, I mean, it says replacing, so it starts with that. I've seen expiring time-based sales tax and use taxes by adopting a sales. I just wonder if we can't make that a little bit more friendly. And I know that's something that you all might need to take back to the table, but I think the verbiage here is critical in the understanding. When someone goes to vote,
Sure.
goes to the booth.
We do have Clay Benford here,
Clay.
our legal counsel that can speak to that a little bit more.
Great.
Good afternoon, Clay Benford, representing the city as bond counsel. One thing I do want to caution everybody is because of the language in the original election that we are now replacing, it had an expiration date. And so that was 25 years or until the debt is paid off. So from a legal perspective, it is a new tax, but it replaces and maintains at the same level an existing expiring tax. So we actually considered this and talked about maintaining an existing tax, but that's, from a legal perspective, that's not really what we're doing. And I don't want to get into a circumstance where I'm with the Attorney General's office as we're going to issue debt and parsing about nomenclature as to whether it was new or existing. And so I certainly understand the point, and I agree that it's critical. We are replacing an expiring tax, and we could maybe even include something in here to say to maintain the existing tax rate or something of that nature that I think could be additional clarification to accomplish your point.
Okay. Thank you, Clay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Panetta.
Here, okay, so I know I've asked this before. Well, just something simple. So just McGee Beach, so if we want, obviously the soccer lady was here, doling out gifts and talking about what great, if we wanted to improve that area, to expand the 71 teams that she had, I guess to re-nourish the beach, you know, that's also a possibility. Or, I mean, GLO usually has something along that line, but I guess we just haven't capitalized on it.
We would, I mean, I don't know that we would be able to, for, say, beach nourishment, that wouldn't necessarily be covered under type A with the way that the definition is written, but we can always look at some funding sources to do that.
Okay, well, yeah, because I guess maybe I thought I heard that so what is the extension beyond the seawall?
It is,
The McGee Beach is the southern boundary of the seawall, not necessarily, good point, so we can clarify it, not the beach itself. It's just a seawall starting at the southern end of McGee Beach, all the way to the Port of Corpus Christi's administration building.
Yeah.
That's the southern and northern boundary of the structure, so it doesn't include the beach, doesn't include anything, it doesn't include the ports building as an example.
it actually says from the sea facing highest vertical edge inland 100 feet. So that would include more of the walkway that's, the walkway that is part of that infrastructure. It wouldn't necessarily include the sand and the beach that would be out towards the water.
And then I'm just curious, then under this language, we probably wouldn't have been able to do the water garden.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. Okay, and then just so that way I feel a little bit more comfortable. So should the public not support this initiative?
Yes.
What's our next move?
The taxes do not expire. The 1/8 cents for the arena does not expire until 2025, and the seawall does not expire until 2026. So we would be able to then go back if we wanted to in 2024 for another election, possibly bring something a little bit different forward if based on feedback that we received from voters the first time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Pusley.
Heather, I had talked to you earlier this morning about clarification of the language between what we received in our packet here, and so my OCD-ness won't. So when you say 1/4 of 1%, 1/4 of 1% of what?
Sales tax.
Is it 1/4 of 1% of a penny, a dollar, or what?
So sales tax is by a percentage of
Because
whatever.
in one part of this, I told you this morning, we refer to this as 1/8 cent, and then 1/4 cent, and then we come over here and we talk about it as a percentage.
Sure.
So what is it?
So it's actually both. And the reason being is that, sales tax is a percentage of your total purchase. And so it is equivalent of 1 cent is what our sales tax is.
So what is our total sales tax?
It is local is 1.5 or 1.5 cent.
1.5 cents. So this would be 1/4 of that 1.5 cents.
Exactly. Oh, no, it'd be 1/4 of 1% of 1 cent, because we also have 1/8 cent that goes to crime control. We have 1/8 cent that goes to type B. And so that is a portion of it. And so this is 1/4 of 1% or 1/4 of 1 cent. It's the same.
Okay. As I said this morning, I just think that percent's confusing. And I'm telling y'all, if we don't sell this really well, we're gonna get our hat handed to us.
Sure.
As my grandfather used to say.
Sure.
And so I think the more we can clarify this language as to exactly what it means and what part of this total sales tax this is going to represent.
Yes.
The clearer we can make that, the better.
Sure. And like Clay said, we can work to refine this language, and we can bring that back at second reading as far as the ballot language.
Yeah, because I told you this morning I was trying to prove I was smarter than a fifth grader, but I want to make sure that we all understand what this means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you read one paragraph, you think, well, this means one thing. You read another one, it's something else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. And it's worth noting, Peter, that, you know, Visit Corpus Christi is also creating, you know, with Hunden, a very, 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 to your point, strategic campaign, if you will, so that, you know, we're all marching in the
Exactly.
same.
That's
to the
correct, yeah.
same-
Yeah,
trying to
we-
think. Anyway,
Yeah.
but that's good to know. But so we're not sitting up here
Right.
thinking, well, how's this gonna go, and the language, and it's not gonna be the Wild West.
Yeah, good point, Mayor. We've had one meeting so far with Visit Corpus Christi, and we want to
Mm-hmm.
thank Brett and his team. They're going to work with the city on the campaign to educate the voters
Okay.
on this proposition.
Great.
Yes.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. To your point and to Councilman Pusley's point on the wording, I also traded emails with Heather over the weekend about it because I do think it's absolutely critical. So we need to continue to talk about that. Lastly, Heather, on the slide that talks about the seawall and the description of the seawall and your description of the seawall,
Yes.
is the 1/8 cent currently for the seawall, is that definition identical to our new definition?
No, the other definition was, it says, it has something about the seawall from McGee Beach to the port, and anything attached to it within, there's a definition of a road that's not, it's not separated by a road. And so that's how we've been able to utilize the seawall funds for the museums, for Water Garden, for things that's not separated from the seawall by a road. And so that has caused a lot of differences of opinion depending on who reads that. And so we wanted to narrow that definition to make sure it was a little bit less open to interpretation of what those funds could be used for, to make sure we had that intent.
Can we possibly get a list of, or some sort of information as to what has been included from that, or what has been paid for out of
Sure.
that seawall fund historically?
Sure.
That's now not going to be eligible?
Sure.
That'd be helpful to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Heather, you and I spoke on the phone about this specifically, and my concerns with how the resolution is worded. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even have the wording for parks or, and this is on item 20, which is the resolution for the convention center. This is just for the convention center, and it mentions a seawall, but it doesn't mention the other items that are supposed to be in this funding.
No.
Why did you leave that out of this resolution?
Because the resolution only defines what is in the convention center complex. The ordinance then references the convention center complex, regional parks, and commercial industrial streets. So we have two different documents. One is the resolution that defines the convention center complex, and then we utilize that term convention center complex in the ordinance to call the election.
Okay, but in that definition, you also have the definition of the seawall, right?
Yes.
So why include seawall in the definition of the convention center complex and not the definition of the other stuff?
Because the other stuff isn't in the definition of the convention center complex.
But the seawall is.
Yes. Because that is in close proximity. So these items are all in very close proximity in the convention center complex. And so we included the definition of that in the convention center complex versus listing it. The parks are not in close proximity, along with the streets and commercial industrial streets are not in close proximity.
I think it could lead to some confusion if you have seawall in there, but not the other items. I understand what you're trying to say here, but I mean, by including the seawall in what the definition of the convention center complex is, you create some confusion.
Councilman, if I could talk about this a little bit as to why the use of a separate resolution was important, and also why the seawall is included as part of the convention center complex and not individually listed within the election ordinance like the other items. The convention center complex, and I remember from our history here talking about the confusion that was caused by the broad seawall definition as to how far could that go, how far could you continue it, and that was somewhat facilitated by the fact that there were excess collections within that seawall account, and you were looking for the ability to spend those on connected projects. When I looked at this, and I know that this is an in perpetuity tax, we're looking at spending money on basically a district that includes additional elements beyond just the convention center itself. You're adding an entertainment district, a hotel. You're looking at the seawall and that whole promenade that ties right into the convention center complex. And to me, that was not in a collection of individual projects for purposes of this resolution, but it's one and a whole. And it's one that needs to be dynamic and that can be added to over time by council to say, okay, now that we grow this convention center, at some point in time, do we want to add additional elements to what is our convention center complex? There was also concern by Councilman Pusley that talked about how you want to make sure that the seawall continues to have a source of funding. And instead of adding that as an additional individual element, which would have been then seawall, park, streets, and convention center, it made sense because the seawall would be activated as part of the convention center to make it just part of that whole complex. Then you have the legal authority to spend the money on it. You have the connectivity to the other entities around it so that we can say that's a convention center expenditure, and then you tie that all together with a singular resolution. It's the seawall itself is not a separate category like streets, like parks, like convention center. It's part of the bigger complex because all of those improvements are meant to work in concert. And an attempt to address some of those prior issues that we had as to where does the seawall start and where does the museum begin? Or where does it end and where does the next one start? So that was really the intent, to try to recognize that this is a geographic solution to the problem.
Okay, I say that because this can be clear as mud in some cases, right? So art museum, is it part of the seawall, right? So it's right on the seawall, so by this definition, it is part of the seawall, right? But I don't know if you consider that building part of the protection, as part of the protection from that you would enjoy from a seawall, right? It's just happens to be on top of it.
But you need to also remember, Councilman, that the funding source behind this is an economic development sales tax. And so that if you looked at the original definition and the intent back in the early 2000s when this was voted, the seawall really served dual purposes. One was the practical function of protecting the inner downtown from the encroachment of the sea. The second is that it was intended to be an activated space where it would be a tourism and visitor amenity that would attract people to the city itself. And so it's hard for me to say that the art museum is not consistent with that message, because it might not be part of the practical solution, but it is definitely part of the economic development solution, which is why you have this issue with all of these things. Water garden, was that connected? Was it part of the seawall? Yeah, it didn't cross a travel lane, and it contributed to the economic development use of the seawall because it attracted people to the area. That's an arguable legal argument that I think is fully justified. So that was why I tried to add some objectivity to this, given some of those historical conversations that we have 100 feet inland from the outermost edge of the seawall. So now we have a line of demarcation. So if that art museum is on top of the seawall within that 100 feet, then yes, it's included by this definition. But we do have a line that we don't cross. And that provides, some true definition as to what does the seawall encompass, which I don't think we had that clarity before.
You're correct. But what I'm trying to get across here is if you have an actual vote on something, people's idea of what a seawall is a defense from the sea, right? It's not viewed as an economic development. So I don't know if that might be some clarity to have some, that we're really selling this, so it doesn't look like a bait and switch. Okay, and that goes to, and that probably can help us if you had a map with the 100-foot demarcation around where the seawall is, so you can actually see what is included in that. Kind of what Councilman Suckley was asking for in terms of definitions of what that looks like.
Sure.
Also, as I recall, the seawall also included the saltwater flats. I guess we're excluding those now?
By this definition, I believe so, yes.
So we're not, have we made any improvements over there? I mean,
Yes, we have, Councilman, yeah, the salt
saltwater
levy
levees
flat
flat
was
levees or?
right, the salt levy, the levy was improved. One of our local contractors approved that, the work's done. There's still some work to be done at the bulkhead between around the corner where the Army Corps building is and the Port of Corpus Christi's headquarter building is. That part is not really part of the salt flat levy, but it is a vulnerable spot that still needs, there's money in the capital budget for it.
Right, and I remember the several discussions about it and delays on it. So, okay, so if we're not including those anymore, how's it going to be maintained? Is that belong to us?
No, that's why we've changed the scope of the project. So we own no real estate along that corner. The Port of Corpus Christi does.
No, I'm referring to the salt flat levees.
Salt flat levees, that's our drainage system, yes, sir.
So, but would that be covered under our stormwater, or is that?
Yeah, stormwater, our geo bond program, general fund monies, there's options. It's been improved now, so it should be in good shape for, you know.
Well, yeah, but we're talking maintenance over a lifetime.
Our stormwater crew maintains it. That's in the budget.
All right, on the actual resolution, what my concern, and I talked to, and this is a conversation we had, was that there was no specifics on what would be spent on parks, on roads, on the seawall, or on the convention center complex. What we're looking at is just a pot of money that can be used for those things, but not necessarily.
Sure.
Right.
And that would actually be on the ordinance side. The resolution doesn't have on the ordinance
And
side, yeah.
I'm switching gears to
Yeah.
the ordinance side. So there's no specifics. There's not enough specificity to say that things will actually be used for those items. So what I was concerned about is that if you can, you know, I can see the convention center complex taking the bulk of what we're looking at here in terms of the funding associated with this 1/4 cents tax, sales tax. But there's no guarantees that any industrial streets will be done. There's no guarantees any money will be spent on parks. There's no guarantees that any money will be spent on the seawall, right? And I'm thinking of it in that order.
Sure.
So without assigning any kind of percentage or any kind of dedicated funding to those areas, I'm afraid that we may, like I mentioned earlier, bait and switch, where we say this is what it's for, and then we never use it for that.
I would counter the bait and switch and the fact that this is in perpetuity. And so, in our analysis and thoughts would be that you would not want to tie yourself to specific dollar amounts or specific percentages, because say, let's flip the script a little bit and say, okay, 75% of this must go to the convention center complex. Well, in 20 or 30 years, when the convention center complex has been fully paid for, that limits us to 75% of this money has to continue going to the convention center complex. So this will still go to type A. There will be certain commitments that will come out of the convention center debt service and things along those lines. But if this is as successful as we anticipate it to be, there should be more than enough funding to be able to pay for the commitments with the convention center complex, along with having additional funds to allocate to parks and streets.
So your thought is all this money would go to the convention center for the next 20, 30 years,
No.
and then maybe when that's done, you can be spending it somewhere else?
No, I don't anticipate that. I anticipate that we will.
Kind of how it sounded what you said.
No. What I said is that there will be a commitment that will be a monetary commitment that has to be for the debt service, and then as additional revenue, as the revenues continue to increase, we've used very conservative numbers on what that'll be. We anticipate that there will be additional funding available from early on to allocate towards the ongoing maintenance of the seawall, to park improvements, and to the streets.
Well,
and hope, yes, they are for it if that is added to the
I'm not sure how
proposition.
much, how great our estimates have been over the last several years with regards to construction or development. But the last question I want to have on this is also the definition of regional park.
Yes.
Right? You don't really have what's that definition. According to our master plan, we only have 2 regional parks.
Exactly.
Bill Witt is considered a special use park in our master plan. So if you're using the term regional park, is it based on the definition of our master plan or another definition that we're defining somewhere?
It is not, is loosely based off of what is in the master plan. We are proposing that a regional park would be defined as a park that was, near 50 acres, between 40 and 50 acres, that have, high traffic, special amenities, or numerous amenities in them.
Well, I'm concerned because, what we write now will be interpreted 10 years from now by different counsel, by different attorneys, right? And there's going to say regional park. Well, what is the definition of regional park? I think unless we could provide some specific definition of what that includes, then it's going to go back to what we've identified before as a regional park in that master plan. Because that's going to be our kind of our official record of what the parks are, right? That's defined what the special use parks are, what our community parks are, what our neighborhood parks are. They have very specific definitions based on the amenities. So I think if you're going to say just regional parks with the understanding that some parks are included, you need to be more specific in terms of your language in your resolution. It doesn't necessarily, I don't think it needs to be in the where we vote on it, but in the resolution it needs to be very specific as to what you define a regional park as.
Okay.
It doesn't have to have specific names because we can add regional parks in the future.
Sure.
But you should have at least a definition of that encompasses what you've identified.
Okay, so just to clarify though, the regional park definition are you proposing that to be in the proposition? Or are you proposing that we do a separate resolution that would have that definition of a
Well, you
regional
have the
park?
resolution calling for the election. You got to have
Ordinance.
The ordinance, I'm
Yes.
sorry. You need to have some definition of what a regional park is or what by the use of this funding, because if we're going just by the term regional park, how is that identified by the city, right? That's only 2 parks in the city. Okay, by our master plan as identified by the master plan. So I would like some more specific language with what you mean by where this money can be spent. Is it a certain amount of acreage at a park, certain size? I mean, whatever that is.
Okay.
You don't have to identify them by name, but you've got to have the specific characteristics that comply with that. If not, it goes back to the master plan for definition.
Okay, I mean, that's something we can definitely consider. Again, looking in perpetuity, do you want to tie your hands to a specific thing included in the ordinance, or is that something that you want to allow council to be able to define what is a regional park?
Right, okay.
Well, you'd have to change the master plan.
Yeah, I think
Right.
she's just asking everybody to consider that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? You good? Councilman Barrera.
Thank you again, Mayor. Okay, so, all right, some of the heartburn I have is, this is obviously for economic development. I think the airport, regional park, I'm still wondering how industrial streets plays into this.
Sure.
How did we come to that? Peter, Clay, anybody?
Sure. In looking at our economic development needs, we identified the convention center complex. We identified the fact that regional parks do help attribute to.
I'm good with regional parks.
Okay.
The streets.
So the streets is that continues to be an issue. We continue to have challenges with streets. We do have multiple allocations of funding, but being able to utilize this for maybe streets not only within the convention center complex area or development, but in other areas as this revenue source grows. Using it for using economic development, we are restricted. We cannot use it on residential streets, but we can use it on arterials and collectors. And so, it is something that we felt like was an asset. If City Council chooses not to include that in the proposition, we can definitely strike that.
Yeah, Councilman, just to add, so we wanted residential streets, but we were advised by bond council that you can't. It's an economic development.
Well, obviously, this council has been very supportive of the improvement of streets, but once again, this is an economic development tax, and I just think that that's a stretch. The industrial streets in District 3 are, you just look at it. You have business owners that are saying, "Fix my street, but don't block it off because I don't want anybody to." I want people to have access to it, and that's one of the things that is just difficult. I personally just think that it's a stretch, and I just hope we're not placating an audience just so that way all of a sudden we have this. The other thing is, I'm having a problem with the word perpetuity.
Okay.
So what is it? So you mean this is going to go on into perpetuity, or it's into?
So the way that this ordinance is written is that there is not a defined, and maybe perpetuity is not the best term. Maybe there is not a defined expiration date on this, because this is not tied to a debt service term or things like that. And so this will continue until either until it is changed, is taken for another vote. And so what is being voted on right now, there's not an expiration date for what these uses are. And then if in 30 years after the convention center is done and a future council wants to go back and try to repurpose that for something else, they can take it back to the voters and repurpose it for another purpose. But there's not a defined expiration date. I guess that's a better
So then that
term.
being the case, there could be, there's language in there that it could be either, removed, which is not likely, or it could be redefined, repurposed.
Repurpose, exactly, just like we're doing here. After the first term of the Type A, we're repurposing this for another project. And so, yes, a future council could repurpose this for something else after the commitments on the convention center or whatever projects are in play at that time has been met.
Okay,
just like we're doing here.
Yeah, Clay's going to say, I think Clay was going to add, Councilman, sorry to interrupt. But.
Sure, Councilman, yes, and that's correct. And I think that, as Heather said, talking about this is without expiration is a better way to talk about this. The law allows you to levy this tax and retain it for purposes of economic development for the entity that calls the election. With an expiration date in the future, you do have the potential that at some point in time, someone could have an election and step up and claim that capacity for themselves. So what we're doing by doing this is retaining control of the city, and the city will determine at some point in the future to change this for another purpose or to terminate it and allow someone else to step in and take the tax for themselves. There was an example of this in the city of San Antonio back in 2020, where the city and the Via Metropolitan Transit Authority had sales tax elections at the same time, where for job training coming out of COVID for 4 years, the city retained the tax. Then it transitioned over to Via for advanced transportation purposes. That is the type of control that this election, this language will allow the city to have. So in 25 or 30 years, this council will be in control of what happens in the next iteration of that tax.
Okay, so then it just has to be taken back to the voters.
Correct.
Okay, good. So that way, when Councilman Hernandez terms off, and then 4 years later he comes back. 6, my apologies, 6. We can probably change that policy too, right? So 6 years when he comes back, he could say that we can repurpose this for something else. Okay, that's good.
Right.
So then, that being said then, and I've never been in favor of hamstringing or tying the hands of future councils. So, I'm a firm believer in, there has to be a definition, but I think when it becomes overly defined, such as, I think when it becomes overly defined, then you're making it much more difficult for a future council to expand. I actually thought it was good that we used the water garden funds. I honestly think it would be good for us to, you know what a big fan I am of beach volleyball. And, I envision ESPN and drones and, but the beach, it's not the quality of sand that they would prefer. And it's just, how many acres is McGee Beach? Does anybody from Parks here know? Nobody's here, so. Anyway, and it needs to be expanded. To do it right and to do it world-class. That's and once again, that's just one opinion. I advocate for, Delene Torres, because she did that on her own for 14 years? And then now, this administration has embraced her and tried to say, how can we help? And I think those are some things that was just done on sheer heart and, and grinded. And now it's turned into something that we could make it even nicer for people to come over. So that's one reason why I said, that could be a regional park almost. I mean, Cole Park, obviously, the extension. So as always, not always, lately not as much, I have to contradict my colleague to my right. I think sometimes a little bit more flexibility in the language makes just more sense, just my 2 cents.
Sure.
You know, so, thank you. Oh, one other thing. So what's the current fund balance of the Type A funds right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that they're, I think in the arena fund, but we have plans for it. I want to say there's about 15 million. And on the seawall funds, I want to say we have about 10 or 12 million. But we do have planned uses for some of that. We do anticipate that if this election were to be successful and these were to be repurposed, we would have some cash balances going into this repurposing after the expiration of the tax.
Could those funds, even though this language is going to be repurposed, could those funds be used based on the old language?
Yes. Yeah, you could choose to either, I think you can choose to use either one. You could either roll them into the new repurposing, or they could remain under the old definition.
And have you figured out, have you anticipated what the balance is going to be at the time? I mean, well, obviously there's a lot of factors involved, but maybe you get that for me.
Yeah, I can go ahead and provide that when we bring this back for second reading. I can provide that information.
Yeah, you can just say what you think it's
Sure.
going to be, Type A and Type B are going to be, or what you anticipate.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Councilman Barrera just stole my thunder. That was actually a conversation I'd had with Councilman Hernandez the other day about the seawall funds. And at the conclusion in 26, when that concludes, whether we could take the remaining funds and set it aside, because like Councilman Hernandez said, most of our public thinks that the seawall money is there to fix the seawall in the event of a catastrophe or what have you. So could we set up whatever funds were remaining in some sort of a restricted account or endowment that would be just for the purpose of some sort of seawall repairs for in the event of a catastrophic storm, just to give our public that comfort that we've utilized what that was originally intended for setting aside that money for that potential purpose?
Sure, we can specifically reserve it. The other thing that we will be, that we are working with engineering on is what is the proposed maintenance schedule for the seawall. And that may be something that, we would take to the type board and ask that they make sure that they're setting aside a certain amount of money each year from the Type A, if it does repurpose, is making sure we're creating those reserves to have that money there available.
Okay, thank you. I think it's something we ought to consider at least. Thank you.
Great. Good point, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hungry, so I'm going to make this short. Okay, so I heard something a while ago that I guess I didn't read and hadn't heard, and that is this 100-foot line of demarcation. Is that 100 foot towards shore or 100 foot in both directions?
Inland. And so
Inland?
it reads from the sea-facing highest vertical edge inland 100 feet. So to encompass that, basically the sidewalk walkway, that's all part of that structure.
100 feet is a long way. I mean, if you measured from
because
the front edge of the seawall, coming across that sidewalk, across the street, and into that grassy median, I mean, you'd cover 100 feet in a long way. I mean,
and the reason that we did this,
that makes me really nervous.
okay, the reason we did that is that there is structures under, that seawall structure does not just go out like this. There's structure back underneath.
No, I understand.
So to make sure if there's any undermining or anything that we're able to, accommodate that.
Yeah, but I would think that your delineation of the seawall language is enough to cover that. But see, here you go again. We are not you specifically, Heather, but here we go again. Is we say we're going to advertise this for A, B, C, D, and E. And then you come along here in 4 or 5 years and you say, well, within 100 feet of this seawall is F, and we're going to put some money into that. And then taxpayers are going to say, that's not what you said you were going to do with that money.
Yeah.
And that makes me really nervous.
Okay.
In fact, enough nervous to not vote for this. I think this is being done to support and prioritize the spending of this money on the convention center complex.
Yes.
In my mind, that's what it's for, and for the sanctity of the seawall, which is extremely important. I mean, the importance of the seawall can't be overstated. And I can't remember, Councilman, Klein, but on our historical marker down there, it talks about how the state legislature ordered, what was it, 8 different counties to support funding of the original seawall. So it's extremely important to not only this city, but the region around us. And so, in my mind, that's what we're doing here. And I agree with Councilman Barrera, what he said a while ago about, I've had heartburn about including streets in here too, because we've allocated millions and millions and millions of dollars for street reconstruction.
Sure.
And to put, I was asked this morning by one of our radio personalities, well, what's the definition of an industrial street? And I've talked to y'all about that before, and I said, well, I guess the simplest term I can use is anything but a residential street.
Yeah.
And so I just think that opens up a large bailiwick of things that make me really uncomfortable.
Sure.
This is for the arena complex, the convention center complex, a hotel, and the seawall. And we ought to define it as such. And again, I'll say, if we don't be very clear and very upfront and very honest about what this is going to do, the voters of this community they're not going to trust what we hand them.
Sure. And this was just, the 100 feet was, something we felt like was appropriate. If we want to reduce that down, we can do that. If the council chooses to strike the streets out of the ordinance, we can do that. I mean, this is,
Yeah, and I agree with Councilman Roy also. We need to try to find some way to help our airport funding.
Sure.
I don't know if this is the proper way or not, but it's something we certainly can discuss. But I, for one, would like to see some success. We've put a lot of effort into the airport, and I'd like to see some successes before we put a bunch more money over there. But or maybe more money gets them across the goal line. I don't really know, but I just think that we need to think about this very carefully, because I'm telling you, the taxpayers out there right now are really nervous about the word taxes.
Okay.
And so I'm just passing that along, and I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you. And on the airport, I think that absolutely has to be, and maybe it's going to be defined, right? It can't just be used at the airport. It would need to be used to secure, the airlines or what have you. So I think that has to be very specific to how it's going to be used, because they're doing a great job, improving the facility, the building.
Yeah.
That's all going. But this has to be towards the flight. So Clay, we can have that conversation later. And I also would encourage, Peter, I think we need to have some one-on-ones to go over some of this stuff, really. For those who would want that, just to go over a conversation on a lot of this stuff we're talking about, because we need to be extremely understanding of all the pieces and what's on the table to consider or not, because everybody's making some great points, and we can sit here for hours talking about it. So to me, it's better if we sat with you, if somebody wants to, or couple up, whatever.
Sure.
But really understand where we are, because we've all got to come back here, and there's going to be some voting on things, and we got to get it right. So thank you. Councilman Hernandez, what's that?
Okay, I wanted to address some of the things that Councilman Barrera had mentioned in terms of using money for streets. Type A funding has been used for streets in the past. Saluki, which is in front of Mayak Boats? What is it? Mayak Boats. Type A funding was used to rebuild that street in order for them to invest in that area. Okay, the rest of the streets look like crap, but Saluki is really nice. Okay, and that was kind of one of those deals where it encouraged them to stay here and build those roads. That's kind of the idea here by spending money, Type A money, on industrial or commercial roads, whatever you want to call them, in order to keep those businesses there. That is, to me, economic development. That's a very good use for Type A funding. I have no problems with that. I think it's a good choice, especially all the streets in District 3, like Apollo, Saturn, Way Out or WOW or Way Out Weber, there's plenty of streets out there that can use some of that funding, and I encourage that. I have friends that have businesses out there. They would like to have those streets fixed. Okay, so I don't think that's a problem. Again, this, and I agree with Councilman Pusley in the sense that there's not, vagueness is hard, and it is very difficult to support something that you don't know how it's going to look in the future and what's going to be spent. And when you're making a decision here, I can't imagine that in 2000, when people were voting on this, it would ever be spent on the water garden. That just wasn't combined with the seawall. It just, good, bad, or indifferent, I can't imagine that was ever envisioned. Okay, fine. But let's be very specific. At the 100 feet, that's why I asked for the map. What does that include? What's that definition? I don't know. I can kind of speculate, but I guess you can repave half of Shoreline Boulevard with that funding, right? Based on what 100 feet is.
If Shoreline is an arterial collective, we could do it under the industrial commercial streets, so it wouldn't be necessarily under the seawall funding.
Well, I'm just giving an example, right?
Yeah.
Or you could, there's certain aspects of it, but you have, and then we're using seawall funds right now in the marina that are on the other side of the seawall. That would be eliminated in this language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's get a good vision of what this looks like in terms of and that's why I said specifics are better, and because we've got to be able to sell this to the community. I can't sell vagueness.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and tap dance and say, hey, this is a good idea, but I can't tell you where it's all going to get spent because I don't really know, because it could be over here. We could never see it in parks, or we could. I don't know. So that's why I said it's important for us to have some specifics to be able to sell this. Thank you.
Councilman or Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for, I usually try to wait to the end to listen to, what my fellow council members have to say. And I must say this, that this type A sales is for economic development. And yes, I strongly support including streets, because we know exactly what businesses need. They need good streets so that they can provide businesses. So I don't understand the language, why we're having such a difficult time here. But I'm willing to be patient, but I think you've done a really great job, and especially, some of us that got to see and got to experience Oklahoma and how they were able to move their city forward because they were progressive in their ideas, and they put these types of programs or these improvements to begin with. We're so far behind. Our city is needing diversification. The tourist industry, we just came from our an open house, how the tourist industry is trying to promote and help other organizations. So all I'm saying here is that I'm listening patiently to, again, my fellow council members. I also just came from, Colorado. And one of the things, it's a long drive to get over there to the mountains, but I agree. I think if I was just talking to my family members that if we had, flights going to Colorado back and forth, they've got, I think they get snow in September or something. We actually had hail while we were there in the mountains. So I do believe that, I support Councilman Roy's suggestions that I think the airport should be included, some kind of language in there to help economic development. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Okay, I think that's all the comments.
Okay.
Heather, thank you very,
Sure.
very much. Clay, thank you for being here.
Sure.
It's very, very helpful.
So I did want to ask where they're going, I mean, is there a consensus to move forward with amending any of the wording? I know we've had a lot of discussion on that today. And so, we will need to, we can bring the resolution back. We do need to have a first reading of the ordinance today for the election, because I think we do have to call it by the next meeting, which requires 2 readings.
So when you say wording, are you talking about the one screen that we talked about?
So either, there's been some talk of adding in the airport into
right.
the ordinance. And so as an allowed use, there's been talk of removing streets as an allowed use. We can bring back a definition we felt like that we'd gotten the definition of the seawall pretty specific, but we can tighten that down a little bit more. So I just wanted to, before we move forward, just wanted to see if there were any amendments that were going to be recommended.
Okay, but what is it we're amending? So in other words, we've had these conversations and we're talking about what you just said. Do we need to include that, or today in passing this as is? Does that allow us to continue the conversation and amend it?
So the 2 reading requirement is specific to, it's a local requirement as part of the city charter of the city of Corpus Christi. For the purpose of public securities, there is only a 1 reading requirement. So it would be, if you were to approve language today, that would be compliant with your charter. But if you wanted to defer to the 15th and approve at that time, it would be a suspension of your general requirement, but it would be compliant with state law, which actually controls in that instance. We have several things that I've heard today. The one is I'll talk about the airport, which I had received some indication that might come up, and I have some suggested language that I could read and see if it would be
Yes.
responsive. We would add on to the measure a 4th item that would say designing, constructing, maintaining, repairing, improving, equipping, and enhancing the Corpus Christi International Airport and provision of financial incentives, including the making
Hold
of
on.
grants.
Yeah,
No?
maybe
No?
not. Yeah.
We're looking specifically in terms of anything to enhance the routes.
Sure, that's to airlines for the purpose of facilitating improved flight options to and from the city. So everything I just said would have to be specifically in support of facilitating improved flight options to and from the city.
But, okay, I mean, they would be in support. But it would also be a way to be able to spend money on the first 5 things you said,
So-
which is not necessarily the intent. The intent is more towards the end.
So we don't want to, not capital, just grants and incentives to improve flight options to airlines. Okay, we can do that.
To increase, to create, to incentivize.
So provision of financial incentives, including the making of grants to airlines for the purpose of facilitating improved flight options to and from the city.
Facilitating,
Yes.
yes,
Okay?
I think so.
So then we talked about parks, and I know that you had a definition issue because you use, again, a local definition that can be, in the future, restrictive. But I would say that if your concern is a definitional issue that is set in stone in your park master plan as regional parks, what if you just said city parks with some minimum acreage requirement?
That's kind of what I was leaning towards, to have some sort of definition, because regional park is just too
Okay.
vague.
So how
right?
big of a park do you think would be acceptable to meet that threshold for this?
I would say, look at the parks that you have identified and see what the minimum one is there, and use that as your standard.
So if we said city parks and we come back to you with the minimum
Right.
acreage, then that would be compliant with your
Well,
concern.
and we need to be careful, because I want to say, you would think Cole Park would be a regional, and it's not.
It's not.
Because it's 40 acres, I think. So we need to keep that in mind with the language.
Yeah, and I think what we were recommending, in talking with park staff and looking at our park inventory, is it probably something greater than 40 acres. And that would encompass some of our, the signature, Cole Parks, I think Cole Park is 42 or 43.
So 40 plus.
Yeah, 40 plus.
Right.
Right,
something
but
like that.
we also need to be mindful of Flower Bluff and the island, which may not fit that category.
Well, but that's what we need, that's
Right.
the whole point, is
Exactly.
what is the intent of this? The big parks or the little, Renoski park?
Yeah, and that's what Peter just brought up, is the fact that District 4 has no parks of any size right now. So to go ahead and eliminate them from this list, I wouldn't want to do that. If we're going to make a list of actual park names.
So then how do we, well, no, we can't do park names, but how would we encompass maybe more of the bigger ones, but still be able to give the smaller ones something?
How about if we identify parks, we say parks as defined in the resolution similar to we did the convention center complex. And then we come back to you with that resolution that includes specific parks, but then an ability for the council to add additional parks in the future.
Right.
So that we have that flexibility,
Right.
and then we tie to that definition.
That sounds good, because
Yeah.
I don't want to
Okay.
eliminate either.
Okay.
We need that.
Yeah, so it'd be a
desperately.
listing of specific parks, right?
But then a catch-all at the end that says plus additional parks that the council might add at a later time.
Right, okay.
Right.
And then the difficult one to me sounds like the seawall. And I think I think you need to come back with some, with the map that shows the footage. I will say that the exhibit of the map, if you look at the legend for 100 feet, it is not that far inland. And it's not, the intent was to cut off exactly, Councilman Pusley, which you were talking about, is for this to be a continuation where we connect it with this sidewalk, then it becomes something that it was never intended to be. So I would just say that the 100 feet, there was some thought behind that, and it was based off of this map to try and capture enough, but not go too far inland to where you ran amok of what your intent was. It's Exhibit A to the resolution identifying the convention center.
Okay, is that in 20 or 21?
I think it's 20.
I don't see item 20, Councilman. Yeah. That's the one with the red line, the red, yeah.
And if you look at that legend in the bottom left corner, 100 feet is not that far inland.
It's in the resolution, okay.
Yeah. You need it, Councilman Pusley? I have a copy here. Yes, sir.
But that's just around the convention center, it's not all the way through the seawall.
At this small a scale, it's really hard. This small a scale, it's really hard to see.
Yeah, we'll get a different one, better map.
Yeah, a better map. I'm a map kind of guy.
Yes, sir.
But Mayor, encouraging to me, I think that it's a fairly small number of modifications or clarifications based on this. final
And
conversation.
with respect to streets, I'm not against including streets. I just would like to have a definition of what industrial street means.
Yeah, I think
Councilman Hernandez gave some excellent examples of an industrial street.
And I believe we provided the definition, but we'll get it to you again, and we'll include it in this material. Ernesto De La Garza, our Public Works Director, defined it. It came up one of our council meetings.
Okay,
but
well, I've slept at least twice since then, so you
Yes,
have
sir.
to give me a break.
No worries. We'll get it for you.
And kill some brain cells.
Okay, so what are we doing with seawall, after all?
I think there's going to be a map that shows what
Oh.
100 feet looks like, and if it needs to be adjusted, we can do that
Okay.
at the time of the defining it next week.
Okay.
I move for.
Okay.
Second.
Of the resolution, number 20?
Yes.
As is, right? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
but do we want to give this to our district councilman? It is his district, and he is.
Oh, no, I mean,
No, I appreciate that.
oh, yeah.
Somebody giving up.
I know everybody's
Please.
so excited about this project
Yeah.
that we can all hold hands as we do this. But no, I'd like to make a motion.
Here we go.
We didn't actually amend.
Okay, you know what? Let me open public comment real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to ask for any public comment. Is anyone in the audience?
So your second still stands, right?
Yes, my
Well,
second.
oh, right.
Okay,
Would
sorry.
anyone in the audience like to make public comment on items number 20 or 21, actually? Or do we need to do them separate?
You can call for, right now we're on 20, so you want to
Okay,
do public comment on
item
20?
number 20. Okay, no one in the audience would like to make public comment on item number 20, so we will close public comment. Councilman Everett Roy has made a motion.
Now, what will come back to us after this vote?
So technically, by approving the resolution today, that's the definition of the seawall would stand. If you want to defer approving the resolution until next meeting on the 15th, we could come back with a more defined definition of the seawall. The ordinance, by charter, we do 2 readings of the ordinance so that you could approve the ordinance, I think, as amended, which would include the wording for the airport. I think that's the only change, sorry. And the part, that's the regional
Yep,
parks.
I would defer on the resolution because we're going to bring that next week with this clarified seawall definition and add the parks definition. So the only one that you would be acting upon today, not item 20, but item 21 is first reading, including the airport language that we described and the brackets around the definitions on these other two items, which are going to be deferred to the resolution.
Okay, so we're going to postpone resolution number 20 till next week.
Yes.
Okay, that would be the motion according to our bond counsel.
Yeah,
So,
but that
okay.
means some of this language wasn't included in the original
Right.
motion, the original, what was submitted to us, so the public hadn't had a chance to view that.
Well, it's the language that we're bringing forth on the airport
Yeah,
and
they-
possibly changing.
They haven't had a chance to see that,
Right, so we're postponing that.
For the resolution,
which would be both items?
No, just the resolution.
just the resolution.
Okay, so we're
The
approving
resolution?
21?
No.
Resolution just needs.
On first
20.
reading, you still have a second
Resolution
reading.
is 20.
Okay.
Yeah. The ordinance is 21. It's two readings, or council could choose not to approve it today, and we could do it on emergency or one reading on the 15th, if you're more comfortable with that.
Both items.
Yes.
I'm gonna be a lot more comfortable with that.
Okay, so postpone both.
Councilman?
So I want to make sure I understand this. Today, if we were to vote on 20,
Yes.
the only language that you're adding is basically for the airport.
In the ordinance, so the resolution creates the definitions, which right now we have the definition of the convention center complex. And then we would need to come back with a definition, with another resolution with a definition of regional parks for you to approve. And then those resolutions would be referenced in the ordinance, which is what calls the election, which has the uses defined.
You know, for me personally, I think, and I'll let the other council members give their opinion, but I think we're far enough along in this discussion to understand what we want, that as long as you don't think we'll jeopardize anything by waiting until, and having a one ordinance reading next week,
Exactly.
then I'm okay with that. I think we had to get through this, and I think everybody's on agreement. We just need to make sure that everybody's comfortable and we can see it in black and white. And so I'm okay with that,
Just holding off,
to table it until the changes are made.
and then we bring them all together. Okay, and Clay, you don't see any issue? We don't want to.
We're not hurting ourselves,
Yeah.
right?
I would ask the city attorney if there's any objection, but in my world, that is how it normally happens. There's not a two-reading requirement for the ordinances to be effective. Whatever happens next week is going to be the definitive final action of this council.
Okay, Miles? Okay, well then you want to make the motion to table both?
So I'd like, with that, I just need to make a
So you're just
motion.
going to withdraw the other motion, right, on approving the resolution, and now we're going to do this, right?
Right.
It's to postpone both.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So I'd like to take my motion back and with the new motion to table both 20 and 21.
I'll second that.
For next week?
So next week. Thank you, Mayor. That's
Yes.
right. Mhm.
Okay. All in
Table
favor?
postpone, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. We will table item 20 and 21 until next week, then it will be a one reading, and it'll be done.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Heather.
Sure, no
Thank you.
problem.
Great job. Clay, thank you again. Okay, so that takes us to executive session and our lunch break, Councilman Pusley. So the council will be, let's see, we will go into executive session on item number 22 per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.074. We will return.
Mayor, just
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting to basically adjourn. So, or no,
I
wait.
think we're supposed to recess, is what I understood.
Oh, we're not adjourning.
No, ma'am.
So we're recessing until, you're right, I was
We're
thinking
recessed.
workshop.
Yeah.
Okay, we are not adjourning. So now, we are gonna go into, we're gonna recess the meeting, for a budget workshop. During this workshop, no business will be decided upon and no public comment will be taken. So with that, we welcome Dr. Khan so that we can go into the, Health District workshop.
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor. My pleasure to present the 2024 proposed budget. What do we do at the Health Department? We prevent disease, disability, and premature death. We promote healthy lifestyles and protect the health and quality of the environment for all residents of Nueces County. Our organizational chart, every activity that we currently do, and every future enhancement that we propose, it encompasses the 3 pillars of public health: protection, promotion, and prevention. Some pictures of our staff in action. For the benefit of everyone, a little about our health department history. The old business model of public health district was headed by 2 organizations with 2 sets of policies, and city and county employees were reporting to 2 different entities. After 6 months of negotiation, the unanimous city council voted to establish a fully city-operated public health district. Several of you were part of that historic decision, so thank you for your support for public health and your continued support afterwards. The county commissioners also voted to approve the city-operated public health district 4-1. Nueces County now pays us an annual membership for the public health services. Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District is the largest health district in Coastal Bend, and as leaders in public health, we provide support to smaller health departments and counties with no health departments. The new business model was a transformative event in the history of health department, and on March 1st, 2022, we reopened our doors to the community. We are striving to provide better workforce, better health outcomes, and better use of taxpayers' funds. Again, just like I said, leaders in public health, different grants provide us opportunity to go beyond Nueces County, like our HIV surveillance, 9 counties, Brooks, San Patricio, Aransas, and our LRN network grant another 13 counties, Calhoun, Victoria, and Duval. We wanted the community to recognize and relate to the new business model, so we refreshed our logo. And currently, we have 18 grants that provide services, and such as clinical services, we provided to over 8,200 clients. We processed more than 7,000 communicable disease samples, including chikungunya, dengue, West Nile, and we also processed over 11,000 lab samples, including water samples to keep our beach goers safe. A quick look at our organization chart. We are a very diverse team, as my team represents the people we serve. The team is aligned under the same 3 pillars: protection, promotion, prevention. All departments integrate with each other. An example is health education working with immunizations and women, infant, and children program. I would like to mention our BSL 3 facility. It's one of 13 facilities in the state, and the biosafety level 3 is utilized for working involving microbes that can cause potentially serious or lethal disease. It's also very important because if any of our elected official or government official receives a white powder packet, we can test the sample right here in Corpus, reducing the isolation time as well as the stress that it accompanies. In the past few months, we have had one such incident, and it took us less than 3 hours to identify the sample. Sorry. A few achievements. Our doors were closed for 2 years. We opened the doors and invited the community to come and see the providers as well as the people that serve them. Thank you to the council for promoting this event, and thank you, Dr. Klein and Mr. Suckley, for coming and attending our event. We saw 164 community members, 24 children, 193 tests were performed, and we could not have done it without the 30 partners who participated with us. We also launched our community resource guide that you all have seen, and we have shared over 8,000 copies with the community. We are working at a satellite clinic at the Johnny Calderon building, and we are also providing services through mobile clinic in rural Nueces County. We have a partnership with Del Mar as well as Texas A&M, and we have instituted a student nurse public health program. We want to train the next generation of public health nurses. And as of this time, we have had 29 student nurses that have rotated through our facility. To provide best quality services, it is essential that our team is highly trained, and we have implemented a professional development program, and that has subjects such as team building, blood-borne pathogens, lab procedures, mental health crisis intervention, and we have had 6 in-service trainings as of this time. A few performance measures. We get complaints about restaurant from Facebook, neighborhood app, constituents, and all of those restaurant complaints are followed. And 100%, as you can see, we have reached out to those restaurants. There was a question earlier on the Women, Infant, Children program. We wanted to share our customer service award that we have received 2 years in a row. WIC program has been recognized by HHSC for delivering excellent customer service and showing 10% year-over-year growth. Other programs that I would like to mention are our lab services. We service 3 counties, Aransas, Nueces, and St. Patricia, with a total of 56 sites. We also test water for oysters consumption, and we want to make sure that the oysters are safe. Our proposed expenditure budget, 13% of the funds come from 1020 Journal Fund, and this is the backbone of our organization, which facilitates our services and allows us to procure grant funding opportunities. 13% Journal Fund, 80% city grants, and 7% federal reimbursement. So total of $41.8 million. With the change, there's an increase of 8.3 because we got a large grant. Our positions, we would lose 1 position in 24 because one of our grant ended. Again, elaborating on the pie, the one that I just mentioned, 13%, our revenue sources are the city journal resources, $3 million. We do receive Nueces County membership, and as of July 1st, every year we have to talk to this county and receive the funds. And in FY23, we were provided $1.7 million. FY24, we made a request of 5% increase. We received the funding at $1.7 million on 7/26, and county has asked us to come back in August for the discussion on 5% increase. These are special revenue funds, and I'm going to talk more about the few enhancements.
Sure, Councilman Pusley.
So tell me again now, you requested how much from the county?
We requested a 5% increase to what we received in FY23, and that is because the cost of running services, our clinical supplies.
And that would be how much?
88,000.
No, I know, total from the county.
1.8 million.
And they funded 1.7?
Yes.
Okay, and they want you to come back to them
in August.
In August for the balance.
Yes, once their tax situation is more clear to them.
Okay. Okay, what if they're unable to provide that?
Councilman, we are going to work with the county, and we are going to look at the most underutilized services, and we'll need to cut some services.
Okay.
Yeah, we had talked about the mobile clinic where we go out into the rural parts of Nueces County.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we
I
do
was
that-
going to ask, how successful has that been? Is the services over to Johnny Calderon building, how successful has that been? What's the attendance been like?
It varies. Again, it's a new facility. The demand is not too much, but now the county has brought a director of wellness and health to be housed in that clinic. So we are hoping with his marketing services, more people would come to the clinic. But as of this time, we are not seeing a lot of appetite by the community.
Yeah.
We are following on our numbers.
Okay, so that might be one of the first things you cut, or possibly. Because I always had my, knowing the county, how it works, I always had my doubts about whether that was going to be a very successful program anyway.
Councilman, right now we are looking at the data. We are seeing how many vaccinations, how many other tests that we are doing there. We'll keep an eye on the data. And again, also how much staff do we send every week? We'll
Okay.
keep an eye on that.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
So, it's funny that we had we kind of had a discussion on this, but what are your success metrics for these things? I mean, so for example, to be a successful program, what does that data look like? Do you have that pre-fashioned as to say, if it meets this threshold, we're going to continue to do it. If we don't meet this threshold, we're going to do away with it. Do you have those in place?
Yes, Councilman, we do.
Okay, so what are they?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Councilman. So some of the things that we're doing there at the Calderon building is we're actually tracking zip code data. We're also looking at the different types of services that we're offering. And depending on the request of that service is how we're looking to see what the community really wants. Immunizations.
Okay. I want to know what your success metric is for that. Do you have if we do 100 vaccinations a month, or we see this many patients, what is your threshold for being a successful, what is your threshold metric? I mean, what is it to say that, okay, if we do this, we're going to continue. If we don't do this, we're going to discontinue?
Right. So it's a good question. First of all, this is the first time that we've done any services there at the Calderon building, so it's really hard to have a comparison. Right now, what we're offering there is the availability of the services. So every Tuesday and Thursdays that we're there, we're looking to see. We've already cut back on some of the services. We used to have 5 additional personnel that were sitting there. Because we're not seeing that much, we've cut back on those, the availability of personnel there. The services are still being provided, and we look to see what the community is asking. So right now, this is the first year that we're offering services there. I think for the next fiscal year, for this year, we just started in January to offer services at the Calderon building. Next year, I think we'll have better data for that, specifically on what you're asking. But right now, the metric, to be honest, is if they come, I think that's a success, because they did not have that for the past 14 years.
Okay, so I guess you really don't have a set of where a threshold. You're just kind of seeing what this is going to look like. So how do you report back to the county saying whether or not you're going to recommend to continue it or not continue it?
We have quarterly updates. So we have a plan that we provide to them based on the amount of people that are coming on and providing services. So we provide that to them.
Okay. And I'm sorry to get into this, but I guess what I'm looking at is you're kind of like a cost per patient type thing, or to compare it to successful programs that are in the city or somewhere else as to what your cost per program is, or cost per vaccination, or based on the labor you put into it. I just want to make sure that we're not just providing a service for the sake of providing the service. You want to make sure it's a successful venture and that you're providing the healthcare services proficiently. I'm just not sure we're there yet, but let's take this offline. I'll ask for more information later. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So one of the enhancements, 16% of our population is 65 and over, And we are going to work with Parks and Recreation and replace outdated and obsolete exercise equipment at senior centers. And we want our elderly to feel safe, valued, and respected, use the new equipment, and hopefully we can see some exercise and obesity rates going down. Another enhancement, drowning is the leading cause of death of children ages 1 to 4. We are a coastal city. We are proposing no-cost swim lessons, and we are going to pilot with our WIC program, our clients and families that are coming to the health district. We are going to work with multiple park department, other vendors and partners. And again, we understand that it's a leading cause of death, and we, as per our mission statement, we want to protect our children. Chronic diseases are on the rise in South Texas. We are proposing a neighborhood fitness program, which is going to increase physical activity, educate, and promote healthier choices in vulnerable neighborhoods. Again, we want to go where the community is. And we understand that physical activity can make you feel better, function better, and sleep better as well. As public health leaders, we want to have a public health summit where we can bring in public health professionals and health providers to share best practices, up-to-date information, and new innovative methods to increase community collaboration. This will be a chance for our own team as well as our local health departments. 6 of the 7 largest cities in Texas are accredited. If we want to be one of them, we have to go through some assessments, and we have to go through a process which is public health accreditation. It's a multi-year process, and we are proposing that we conduct an assessment next year. Workforce development, again, coming back to better services, trained public health employees, and they'll have an opportunity to develop skills within their unique fields to ensure certifications and licenses are up to date. Some of them are community health workers, certified in public health, and certified in infection control. We are very proud of our fire department, and the other day they mentioned about the 8 minutes response time, 8 minutes or less. If we can train our community members that can learn CPR, first aid, and basic health care, maybe we are in a position where we can reduce that response time. This is another way where we are going to use partners, and we are going to conduct sessions in public locations throughout the city. As part of our cooperative agreement, we are required to do a sunset review. We are working with the city to conduct this enhancement, and we are going to hire an auditor and review services. Our capital improvement projects, we have 2 of them, an exterior improvement that will improve like enhanced landscaping, wayfinding signage, site drainage, increased lighting, improved perimeter fencing. And the next one is our interior improvements. Our building is close to 40 years old, and we want to provide a safe environment for our own team as well as a safe environment for the clients that come to us. Improvements will be to include mechanical, electric, and plumbing infrastructure and equipment at a cost of in FY24. It will be $1.68 million for construction design, and it would be a phased approach. In FY25, it would be administration and auditorium, and similarly, we are going to have clinics and corridors, lab and other clinics with a total project cost of $19.18. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Dr. Khan. I had just a couple of questions. I mentioned some of this to you, I think, by phone. We talked a couple of weeks ago already. It has to do with and I didn't see it in your enhancements here in the presentation here today, with the compensation for staff in the public health department. I'm under the impression, I'm not sure if I got this from you or from someone else, that there are a number of positions that are still open yet, that you had difficulty filling at the public health department. Am I wrong about that, or is that correct?
We do have positions that are open, and we are aggressively marketing our positions so we can fill them in, yes. And I do agree compensation plays a huge role in employee satisfaction. When the city took over the health department, there was a market study done, and all employees were brought up to market minimum average starting pay to 100%. So there was a average, like if Dallas is paying 20 and Houston is paying 15, we went with the average.
And that market study, was it comparing our health department to that of other cities or to other counties? Because a lot of other counties have a health department.
There was a combination of both, Councilman. Most of the major cities in Texas have a standalone department at this point. The districts run by a county are more in the rural areas. We don't generally compare ourselves with that. So it's places like San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Houston. Yeah, the 7 major cities above us.
Yeah, so I don't want to nitpick on this. I thought I'd heard that there was as many as 30 positions that are unfilled right now.
We have filled a few. We have issued a few. That was correct last week, but we have sent out a few offer letters this week. So it's like 4 offer letters that we sent out.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. One other thing I wanted to ask you about, I think I mentioned this by phone again as well, and you've got a big lift, kind of rebuilding this from the partnership between the county and the city to doing this really on our own. And I don't see much with regard to mental health offerings in the public health department. I understand that you got a lot on your plate already right now, but certainly I think down the road that's something to be looking at. Whether it's depression screenings, or there are programs out there that can help provide prevention, I guess, rather than prevention in anticipation of natural disasters, because there's a mental health crisis that results from that quite often as well. It doesn't get as many headlines as a physical disaster, but it's also often quite just as damaging to the community. So I just ask you to keep that in mind maybe going forward in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have a partnership with Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, and they are housed at the health department, and they provide mental health services to our staff as well as to the neighborhoods around us. We are going to have a grant writing workshop in the coming month for our staff, and we would be looking at grants that can support our mental health services. So thank you for that.
Okay, very good. That's good news. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions, Dr. Khan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you.
Okay, Constance, our interim animal care services director, will present the animal care budget, and some of her lead persons are here as well, Joel and David.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here today to present the fiscal year 24 proposed budget for animal care services. Here with me today is Joel Skidmore, our program manager, and Dave Parrott, our senior management analyst. Animal Care Services was made into its own department in fiscal year 23. The mission of Animal Care Services is to promote and protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and pets in Corpus Christi. Animal Care Services provides a healthy and safe environment for animals temporarily housed at our facility. We aim to increase access to programs and services for the community while ensuring we have an educated population on proper pet ownership. This slide shows the organizational chart for Animal Care Services. We currently have 47 positions with a director who oversees 3 main divisions. The first division is a veterinary clinic, and we've got 5 positions in that division, made up of 2 veterinarians, 1 veterinarian clinic lead, and 2 veterinarian assistants. The second division is the field operations, which is led by our program manager, and it includes the division of our animal care service officers, the kennel technicians, the live release coordinators, and the animal control service investigators, and we have 38 positions in that division. The third division is administration, and this includes 5 positions, including our senior management analyst, 3 admin support staff, and the dispatcher, which was recently added to Animal Care Services. We currently have 7 vacancies, which includes the director, 1 veterinarian, 1 veterinarian assistant, and 4 animal care service officers. And just to keep y'all in the loop, we have hired a national recruiting firm to help us with finding a director for this department, and we're hopeful that we will find the right person that will round off our animal care team. Our achievements for fiscal year 23 include providing close to 6,300 no-cost microchips, which is an increase of implanting microchips by over 86%. We also work together with our partner agencies to perform close to 4,300 of reduced or no-cost spay-neuter surgeries and to vaccinate over 2,700 pets. We completed over 25,000 calls for service, which is an increase of about 11% from our prior year. And this is a direct result of having our dispatcher currently in the department. And in fiscal year 23, we increased the number of animals finding placement by 13%. And some of the events that we participated in fiscal year 23 included Doggy Day Out. We were at the Home and Garden Show. We were at Fun Trackers, Harley Davidson, Coffee Waves, just to name a few.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So, would you explain to me what live release means? Does that mean once you get them healthy, you just open the door and push them out? Or?
Well, that means
No.
that once an animal comes
being-
into
I'm
animal
being
care,
funny.
right, once an animal comes into animal care services, that means either they're adopted out, they're taken by a rescue partner, and they leave animal care alive.
Okay, so.
I mean, basically.
That's the best way,
So you
yeah.
could open the door and kick them out. So if they're released, that doesn't necessarily, if they're live release, that doesn't necessarily mean they've been adopted. They
No,
may
sir,
go to
a rescue partner that
a rescue partner.
sends them elsewhere, and I want to make sure that's correct.
And do
yes.
we have, how many rescue partners do we have?
I'm gonna have to ask Joel on that one. How many do we have,
lot.
rescue partners?
A
Do you wanna come
lot.
up here?
We have a large number of rescue partners, Councilman. To get you an exact number, I'd have to check.
Oh, that's
our
okay.
partners. But we do have numerous active partners that we work with.
Okay.
And I'm going to add to that because I have such a passion for
I
animals.
know, it's your deal.
I'm going to add to it only because it's important to note a lot of other states take these animals. So they're not necessarily, there are local ones, but there are a lot that end up going, like I'm trying to think up north, up east, isn't
We've
it?
done a couple transports with our local rescue partners up to New York, Seattle.
Yeah.
It just a lot of different states that when they have the space through our rescue network or with our rescue partners, we find placement.
Yeah.
And we're assured that when these are shipped out of our city to somewhere else, that the partner is doing what they're supposed to do with respect to finding that animal in a proper adopted home.
Yes, sir. We do our due diligence on our side as well to screen any potential place that the animal was going.
Okay.
And obviously, we screen the rescue partner who's kind of being the facilitator of that transfer. So you always go with good faith, and obviously, you do a little due diligence on our back end, like I said, and then hope that the animal has a positive outcome.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Okay, the next slide is our performance measurements, and these numbers reflect the performance of staff and show an increase in productivity across all measures. You can see we talked about the no-cost microchips, spay-neuter surgeries, completed calls for service, number of impounds, and number of positive live release. This slide shows the services and animal care services that we previously discussed. We have field operations with a total of 22 positions, shelter and live release with 13 positions, management and admin support for 7 positions, and our clinic, which has 5 positions. And just to
Mayor?
give you an,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you go back a page, please?
yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
In, this, I see some of your performance measurements here, but there's no cost associated with some of this stuff, like cost per impound, cost per animal, average number of days an animal's in your facility. I mean, these are nice, but they don't tell the whole story. Do you have those other metrics?
I don't believe we do, but or
Do
maybe
you
Dave
keep
does,
those other
but we
metrics?
could. We don't have them with me right today.
Okay, so you have these metrics, but there's no cost associated with them, right? So how do you determine whether they're successful or not?
Well, as far as like the live release, we feel that it's success if you increase the number that are being released.
No, I
As well.
understand that, but is it reducing your cost or not?
Right.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to
Wait,
understand.
is what reducing the cost, Gil? What do you mean?
So, a lot of times, and when you look at success is whether or not you're reducing your cost on a per animal basis, right? So, or what you're, you may have more live release, but if there was more expense to it, then is it really successful? I mean, what I'm saying is that, there's got to be more than just this metric here. I want to know what your costs are as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, we can look at that. And what I was going to say is that we currently do have an RFP out for someone to come and do an operations review of the department. And actually, the proposals were due today. So that is something that we definitely will bring up with that entity and see what some of the best practices are, what the standards are as far as other animal care facilities.
Also, some of the questions we talked about were, the types of animals that you have, dogs, cats, size of dogs, different types of those.
Sure.
You need to have more information as to what you're actually,
Sure.
where your problem areas are, right?
Okay, sure.
Also, how many, how many rabies, incidents of rabies do you have? I mean, there's got to be more metrics in this.
Oh, yeah, there's a myriad of metrics. We just selected, 5 for this presentation. But thank you, sir.
Okay.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Constance, I would say, and Councilman, I do agree, the cost, of course, these are tax dollars, they're important.
Sure.
But in animal care, it's it's twofold, obviously, but how many animals you actually live release, right? How many you save, how many you foster out, how many you don't have to euthanize is the name of the game. Because you want to, that doesn't go to say what you're saying is invalid, absolutely, because you can't have the costs, right, of running the facility be something that is completely outweighing. So it is, the data is important, but I'll say the number is what the community and the animal community.
Well, I
looks
look at this in our ordinance as animal care and control, right?
Yeah. Yes,
And
sir.
so also look at that this is also a public safety issue, right?
Sure, absolutely.
And so there's also the other component of that. I'm fully aware about the wanting to live release and doing everything we can to do that. But I also very aware that the biggest complaints I get are that we don't go and pick up animals.
Right.
All right, so there's got to be a balance of what is happening here, and God forbid that we don't go pick up an animal and it kills somebody, right?
Sure.
So there's got to be a healthy balance here as to what's important, and so that's why I get to that and kind of wanting to see all the metrics associated with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do agree that the costs may be part of it, but that's not why we have animal services, because, that, just like we have for police and fire, if we, or public safety, it should not be used as the number one metric. But aside from that, I do agree that what I hear from my constituents is, again, the same thing that they just said, which is no one's picking up, the animal that's being astray or whatever. So hopefully we will enhance that. Be able to figure out a better way, or I know this is a struggling issue and has been. And I'm grateful that at least I am now getting a report for my district to let me know how many, animal issues have come up. I don't know what the comparison is with other districts, but I feel that District 2 is at least one of the top 2 districts that do have a lot of animals that are loose. And again, I think it's about education, and hopefully, you all will receive and use the help that you're going to need to really improve our animal services. So my hat's off to you, Constance, because I know this is, you got thrown in there. How long have you been in this department? You just
since May, but
since May,
just counting.
But anyway, I appreciate your professionalism, and I can tell that you've already, gotten off running. And so anyway, thank you so much.
Well, we are a work in progress, and we do have wonderful staff with Joel and Dave and the veterinarians and all the staff at Animal Control. And I'm very positive that we're going to make some positive changes to improve to improve the department for the citizens and for the city. So I'm real hopeful, honestly.
Yeah, and I can tell, because I mean, when I first started with, you know, I think that's the cases, those were the calls that I was receiving, and you were the one that I had to, you know, send the calls to. And so, yes, I know that you've got your heart and mind at the right place, and I think Peter did a great job by placing you over that department for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go next to, this is our budget for animal care services, the proposed budget for fiscal '24. So animal care services is funded by the general fund in the proposed '24 budget of about $5.1 million, which is an increase of about $800,000 from the current year. With our proposed enhancements, the position count will increase by 10, hopefully to 57. This will be an addition of 6 kennel techs and 4 animal care officers. And I'd like to note that over the last 5 years, we have had some significant enhancements to animal care services. And this was special thanks to Mayor Guajardo for her passion with animal care, and for the city council and city manager as well. We have increased the staff by about 73% from 33 positions to it'll be 57, hopefully in the fiscal '24 budget. We've added, this will be 10 kennel techs, 6 animal care service officers, 3 live release coordinators, 1 veterinarian, 1 vet assistant, 1 dispatcher, and we converted 2 admin support staff to full-time staff. So I am seriously hopeful that we are making progress, we are making positive changes to improve this department.
So right now, your current staff, you're down 7.
We're 47 right now, and hopefully we'll have 10 more, so 57 in the next fiscal year, '24.
Okay, but under this current budget, you're down 7 employees?
Oh, right, yes, sir, the vacancies, right, yes, sir, sorry about
You
that.
have 7 vacancies, and you want to add 10 more.
Yes,
So does that mean you need a total of 17 more people?
total, yes, sir. But we're actively recruiting for the current positions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Constance. Quick question on the new hires, the 10 new folks you're going to be adding. That's a little over 20% additional staff. Are you going to wait to hire those until you have your operational assessment done? It seems kind of
Right.
backwards to hire those folks and then figure out what you need.
No, you're exactly right. So
Okay.
the operations review we should have that in place pretty quickly. The proposals are due today, so within the next month or so. If the amount is over 50,000, we will have to come to city council for approval, but if it's under, then we'll go ahead and administratively execute that contract.
Okay, and then that would take a couple months to complete something like that, probably, for a thorough
Yes, sir,
evaluation?
correct.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
Councilman-
Councilman, just want to add to that some of them are basic positions, like our kennel technicians, where we know we don't need a consultant to tell us that taking animal care officers off the street to clean kennels is probably not the best practice. So, but still, the operations review will be important to
Yes, sir.
critically review everything, but yes, sir.
Remind me, are our ACOs able to, do they write violations issue?
Yes,
They do, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
They do, okay. Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, going back to what does success look like? What are your metrics for success, right? You're adding 10 people, or you're budgeting to add 10 people. What does success look like?
Well, for me, number one is to decrease the number of stray animals in the city. And so we're doing that on multiple facets. The spay-neuter program is number one. So if we can, start with that, then
I don't know what the success metrics for that was either. I mean, we know we want to increase spay and neutering, but I mean, the problem is stray dogs, right?
that's correct.
So if we don't have a good grasp on how many stray dogs there are, how do you know that it's being effective?
Well, we do. There are standard metrics, I want to say. I'm going to look at Joel over here.
Well, I'm hoping the people that you're hiring or
Yes,
that
sir.
you want are going
Right.
to have some aspect of what to
Sure.
get to, right? What do your successes look like? And it's, just throwing money or more people at something doesn't
Right.
necessarily mean you're going to be
Exactly.
successful. So I want
Right.
to know what do you expect to improve? And you said
Mm-hmm.
to reduce the number of strays on the street.
That's the first, and then if we could live release additional animals, that would free up kennels, so then when people call, then we'd be able to pick up the dogs or cats and put them in the kennels.
Okay, so you still need a metric, right? Just saying you want to reduce strays, everybody wants to reduce strays, but what kind of percentages are you looking at? What kind of numbers are you looking at? So that's what I want to
Sure,
be
yes, sir.
specific so we understand.
Sure.
If we're going to spend more money, we got to get something for it, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the success metrics? And so I guess what I'm looking for is something that states that, right?
Okay.
If you have this, and I would wait until after you get your review done.
Okay.
And tell us what that's going to be, your
Okay, fair
success
enough.
metrics as to how that's going to all,
Yeah.
what does that mean,
Sure.
right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
You mean the assessment, right?
After the
Yes.
assessment,
Yes,
ma'am.
Well,
what-
yeah, and that's
set
the,
goals and
Well, yeah.
and what you plan to achieve with that extra funding, and then if you don't make those goals, what do you do then, right?
Okay.
yeah.
Is it if there's no movement, then what's
Right.
in? So I just, like I said, we got to justify how we the additional expense.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
comments. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank
And-
you.
And Councilman, I'll say, it's an understatement to say, not by you, but in general, the thought, to say, there has to be, moving forward, a different, a way to measure, and to make certain that everything we're investing has a return on investment. Because of, we've got animal issues and strays and such, and so, anyway, it's good points to make. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Councilman Roy, sorry.
Sorry.
Mayor, I was going to hone in on the part that was measurable, but you said it. So really, you covered what I was going to talk about. So, thank you.
Thanks for supporting that.
Okay, so this next slide shows the revenue and expenses for the department. So the black outer ring is the revenue, and about $5 million comes from general resources, and $100,000 from permits and fees. We're expecting an increase of about $50,000 in fees with the newly approved intact permit, which was $50 per permit, that will go into effect October the 1st. Then the inner circle represents the budgeted expenditures. We have 59% for personnel, 19% for operating, 20% in allocations, and 2% for capital purchases, which we'll talk about on the enhancement slide in just a moment. Animal Care Services does have an advisory board made up of 7 citizens who meet once a month at Animal Care. At their June meeting, they voted on 5 priorities for the Animal Care Services fiscal '24 budget. And we have actually considered each of them in our proposed budget that we're presenting before you. In reference to the campus upgrades, we have included in the fiscal '24 capital budget dollars for design of additional kennels. In the long-range capital budget, we have the construction of new kennels and a construction of an adoption center, but those are all contingent on bond election. In reference to the 4 to 5 animal care service investigators, we're recommending in addition 4 animal care officers, which could be used for investigations as needed. We have included 6 additional kennel techs in the proposed budget. And as far as salary increases, our Human Resources Department is looking citywide at all of our positions, and they are reviewing animal care as well. In fact, one of our managers currently, one of the positions was reviewed and was increased accordingly. And in reference to the animal behavioralist position, we do feel that this is very important. We are planning on sending our live release coordinators to training for this specific topic to help us this coming fiscal year. And the next few slides will show some of the enhancements. So the first enhancement is the addition of 4 animal control officers and 2 vehicles, and this will give us a total of 21 field officers with 11 vehicles. Our plan is to have officers on duty 24/7 with 2 officers per city council district. And currently, of course, with the staffing, we're not able to do this. Our second enhancement is the addition of 6 kennel techs for a total of 13 positions. The kennel techs clean the kennels daily, do enrichment with the animals, intake them, etc. This addition will definitely help us with caring for all the animals at the facility. This next slide is a capital enhancement that we've included in the fiscal '24 proposed capital budget. We've got $1.2 million included for the design of a new kennel. We're planning a 30,000 square foot climate control kennel to replace our existing 10,000 square foot kennel. So it should increase capacity from 124 kennels to 200 kennels.
So, I'm sorry, so how do we know we need that?
Well, currently, based on the calls that we're getting, we do feel that this is definitely needed. However, once we do the assessment, if it's something that is not recommended in the report, then we won't move forward with this proposal.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
So to kind of go back and reiterate, because there's a couple things.
Sure.
You looked at the additional vehicle, and if you go back to that slide, it was
Yes,
an
sir.
additional vehicle and two,
4 officers?
4 animal control officers. So I think what the mayor and Councilmember Hernandez are talking about in terms of measuring this is that what does an additional vehicle and 4 animal control officers get you? Does it mean that we're going to be able to remove 20 more stray animals a day?
Sure.
What does it really get us? And then same thing, I think when it comes to the kennels, we're going to add X amount of kennels. So what does that do? And I think that's kind of where we're at, because it seems like good, bad, or indifferent that as council sits here and listens to the budget, no one's coming up here and going, oh, by the way, we just cut our budget $4 million this year. Everybody's coming up with an increased budget, but not necessarily telling us, okay, well, the why. And I think we need to understand that, because if not, we're just kind of guesstimating, oh, let's try this, let's throw this against the wall and see if it sticks.
Well, one of the complaints that we have been getting at Animal Care Services is, that the officers aren't coming, or they're taking too long to come to calls. So we're hoping that if we have this 24/7 with the officers out and about all day and all night, we'll increase our time to get to calls, pick up animals, and that goes with the kennels. So then we'll have more space at the kennels to pick up animals.
Right, but the thing that, again, and I'm just not picking on you, is the fact, as you said, we hope. The thing is, we should know that if we do this, then we should be able to service X amount more animals per shift. If we do that, we think that it's going to deter these many animals that are running loose in our neighborhoods, and this is a result that we're going to get. So it's got to be some type of benchmark, and I think that that's just a recurring theme, that we're asking for more assets without really, at least I don't hear, okay, what does that really get us at the end of the day? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pesley?
So are we overcrowded in our kennels now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a justification there. So how overcrowded are we? 10%, 15%? I mean, are we busting at the seams? What's a description of overcrowding?
I haven't checked the exact numbers, Councilman, because we've been changing operations, but last we checked, we were probably about 20% over capacity. We're doing everything we can to create additional space, so we're not having to turn away the cases of the sick or injured animals, or the the ones that are coming through the front lobby. So our capacity is always going to be an ongoing ebb and flow with Animal Care Services.
Okay. So that would be one of the justifications for wanting to build additional kennels, is you're 20% over capacity. Is that a number you have seen that has been running for X period of months, or is that a standard across the board, or is, like you said, it ebbs and flows, and sometimes you've got vacancies at your kennel?
It absolutely ebbs and flows. We could probably come up with like a median average, but a good example is like kitten season. We never know how many kittens we're going to take in. We work with our partners to try to divert kittens to other areas, but if they come in through the front lobby, they're sick, they don't got mama, we have to bring them in, and that can increase our capacity. And then that also increases like our length of stay. That was a question earlier Councilman Hernandez asked. The kittens won't leave for a while until they're well enough. So just looking at the numbers with David just a minute ago, our average length of stay for dogs is down to 25 days right now. And we're continuing to see a decline, which is positive direction, meaning animals are coming in and animals are going out.
Okay. If I came over to the animal shelter and I found a nice Labrador that I just couldn't live without, what's it going to cost me to go home with that animal?
So all adoption fees are $25, and that means the animal goes home sterilized, goes home vaccinated, you get your microchip, and you get registered with the city, so you go home in full, complete compliance. We can send you home with a collar, send you home with a leash.
And it's
make sure that
$25.
$25.
Okay. Why do I keep hearing it's too expensive? I mean,
No.
$25 is nothing.
No, yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you.
don't go purchase a dog for $5,000, even if he's a Frenchie.
Animal care, yes.
Let's see, Councilwoman, yes, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've been living here all my life, and really, it wasn't, I think, until the mayor really started raising the issue about animal services that we started really investing in animal services. So I don't know. I think you guys are at a disadvantage right now because you actually, there's money, I mean, even, you know, being proposed here for this department. So I just sympathize with you because I think it is difficult to say, oh my God, you know, we actually have money to, because the recommendations are here. The advisory, the first one was campus upgrade. So they, you know, the advisory would not have said that if there wasn't a need. So I'm just, you know, making sure that the public does know that, you know, that you need help. And I know that my fellow councilmen want metrics, and I do believe in metrics, but I don't think at this point you're still, you're still on fire. You know, you guys are still trying to put, you know, the fires out, and so, you know, I commend you. I hope that Councilman Pusley does consider adopting one of those animals and
I will
relieving-
assure you
Yeah,
that's
so-
not going to happen.
It's only
Because my wife is
$25.
not going to allow me to come home with it, and I enjoy sleeping in my own bed at night.
Yeah,
So.
well, so, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to touch back on the facilities enhancement again as well. You said you would go from being able to kennel 124 to 200, is that right?
Yes, sir, right.
So would that change the length of stay for the animals at the kennel, at the facility? I mean, would you be able to keep animals longer if you have more space, or is that kind of a fixed time frame?
Well, we actually don't want to keep them too long.
Right.
It's a temporary facility, so we'll just work harder on trying to get them adopted out, getting them rescued out, things like that. So it's just so that we'll be able to intake the animals when people call us.
And just for the benefit of anybody who might be watching the budget workshop, Animal Care Services, you folks accept volunteers to come out and work with the animals, walk the animal,
Yes.
walk the dog, that sort of thing, I guess, as well?
Yes, we do, correct, yes.
So they just
yes.
stop out at the facility over there on
It's on Holly.
just off Holly on Civiton, right?
Yes, sir, it's on that corner.
Yeah.
If I may, Ms. Constance, we actually made it very easy for if you want to volunteer. The volunteer packet is actually online. It's on the city's website under the ACS link. You can fill that out, and then you bring it back to ACS, and then we start the process from there.
Mhm. And one last thing I wanted to ask about as well, this is a bigger picture issue, but I think pretty important. We're really beholden to Dr. Draper right now. And my wife has asked about this. I don't know the answer. Maybe this is a far-fetched question. Is there any program in the state that trains like veterinary techs to do spays and neuters only, especially for male animals? That's a fairly simple surgery that would free up time for Dr. Draper to perform much more important surgeries instead. I don't know if anything's like that out there or not. I'm just trying to see what we can do to provide some support for her in particular. We're really dependent upon her right now.
Yes, sir, we are.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, so how much are we going to expand the facility?
Like triple it from, right, from 10,000 to 30,000.
Okay.
For the kennels, the kennels. Mhm.
So, okay, so how many kennels do we have now?
124.
So we're going to have 300.
Well, this is 200. I guess that area will be bigger, but it's 200 kennels.
And I mean, I understand the climate control, but you just said that we're 20% over capacity.
Correct.
So are we anticipating, I mean, I guess that's the whole thing, that we just kind of need to be able to justify that. So what's the methodology that we're doubling the size, but we're only 20% over capacity? I mean, how are we figuring that?
That's definitely a good question. Going back to the reality of the kennels, the one thing I also, if you allow me, Councilman, to preference that, what we're looking to do is ensure that we're providing proper housing for the animals as well. Providing air-conditioned kennels, providing, proper care, proper temporary stay. We're experiencing a dramatic heat wave right now, and
Yeah,
we're,
absolutely.
the animals, we have indoor-outdoor kennels. We're doing everything we can to artificially keep them cool through fans, through misting systems. So one of the main things as well, and I'll get to your question about the capacity, is to provide modernized kennels so that the animals that are being cared for are housed properly and humanely. Capacity, again, is always going to be something that we deal with. Again, it ebbs and flows. The idea is not to be over capacity. The idea is to ensure that we have proper housing, that we have the space to bring the animals in through the front lobby, whether it's through the field, and that's something that we're doing better managing. Our capacity is definitely decreasing. The average length of stay is decreasing. We've made proactive changes with the help of Ms. Constance, changing the direction of what we do and how we do things to make sure that we're having a better inflow and outflow of animals. So right now, the capacity is it goes up, it goes down, but we're seeing it trending in the right direction so that we can maintain proper care for the animals and have proper staff on site in the correct amount to care for the amount of animals that we house.
What is the average length of stay?
The average length of stay, I'm sorry, Dave has that on his phone. Give us 1 minute to pull that. But also with those kennels as well, it includes dogs and cats kennels. And that's something to take into consideration, that we want to provide proper housing for both species. And also that means proper housings for any animals that are being there under like convalescent care. If we have cats there that are going under ringworm treatment, well, they're going to be there for longer. And that also means that we can't cross-contaminate the animals. So we got to make sure that we have them housed properly, keeping themselves separate from the healthy animals and providing humane care across the board. So our average length of stay right now for the dogs and cats is at 27 days.
Okay. Okay, yeah, maybe we can visit afterward. I'm just kind of curious as to what's the, I was drilling development services, what's the worst and what's the best, and then maybe we just look at those. But anyway, okay, I get you. Thank you.
Okay, the next couple of slides are our future capital enhancements. And again, these are in the long-range capital improvement plan, so things can definitely change once we get the assessment completed. If we need to go in a different direction, we definitely will, but what's included in the fiscal '24 long-term, we have $1.2 million included in design in a future fiscal year for a new kennel. Of course, that would have to go onto a bond election. So that is one of them. Another one is, let me see, I'm sorry here, designed for an animal care adoption center, and that is in fiscal '27. And again, like I said, that is long-term, so most definitely, plans can definitely change. And so, oops. So that concludes the presentation, and I want to seriously thank the mayor for your passion with animal care, for the support of the council and the city manager. We are a work in progress, and I seriously have positive feelings about this. I know we can make positive changes. It's going to take time. We're trying to do it in incremental steps, but I do think that we will make positive changes for the citizens of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance, very much. Joel, thank you. Dave, thank you for being
And
here.
I just wanted to correct one thing. I've been helping out since February. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, there was one more lineup, but we can postpone that if you'd like, since it's getting late.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go
we can
and
bring
do
that back at the, I guess Thursday, we have a work session.
Yeah.
It's coastal,
Yeah.
it's sustainability and coastal resiliency.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay?
Yes.
And that will conclude our presentations for today.
We're going to postpone that last one.
Yes. Yeah, we'll bring it back at the next workshop, which is Thursday. Is
Okay.
it Thursday? Yeah, so Thursday morning, we'll begin with that and then continue the same lineup that we had planned. We should be able to get it all done.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. So there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
You did it. Mayor, so we needed to reconvene and then do the, I'm sorry.
You're right.
I think it's, I don't know if it's off or not, but.
Are they still on? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reconvene our council meeting, and now there being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.